it is within our legal right as human right.
May I remind you what happened on October 20 of 2020? May I remind you what happened in January of 2021? Are you still sure that that would be a good idea? And I'm not in any way saying that we do not have a right to protest, but would you not be, would it not end the way that it ended in October? How certain are you that there will not be a police statement saying that you cannot go out to protest because you're disturbing the peace?
Okay, now, it is important for you to understand there are legal means in which we can demand for our rights. We have the courts, we can go on the street if we so desire, we can also agitate. This is all within our legal. So we will look at best options that will not end up the way the NSAS did, that will bring out a civilized way of demanding for the right of the citizens. These are some of the things that we can do. And don't forget, like I told you, the kind of quality of people that are on the platform is not like people who are not well educated. We are talking about sons, those who have gone to the four corners of the universities. They know what they can propose, that we can make sure that all of our agitation get to the right channel and the demand is being listened to by the Nigerian government.
Well, it was also mentioned in the communique that you'll be consulting with the former INEC chairman. You would also be consulting with NSAS, youth leaders. And you have explained to us that these are people who are bringing their concerns to the table. So who are the people in the forefront of this? If we were to say, let's finger Mr. ABCD, and as these are the notable faces that you're saying are representing this front, can you name some of them?
What?
Apart from
the forum,
yeah,
is Professor Pat Utomi, followed by Gali Umar Naamba, former Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, and you have Dosumu Awolowo. You have political parties ranges up to about 20 of them in different groups. You have intellectuals and lawyers, just like I mentioned, Dr. Olusa Abakoba, Dr. Hakim Baba Ahmed. I mentioned people like when you just mentioned Jega. In fact, yesterday I was just talking with him. He is practically interested in the citizen conference that will midwife and transform Nigeria into a document that is acceptable by all. That's to show you there are commitments by these very erudite Nigerian leaders who have served, and all of us are ready to give our best in order to make Nigeria safe and acceptable to the Nigerian people. These are names of people who have proven themselves in the domain of leadership when they are given opportunity to. And they have already come out in large number to say this is what they think Nigerians want. You could agree with me that Nigeria has been agitating for a long time for a restructuring, and we intend to give this a very good shot in our democratic setting.
Well, I want to say thank you very much, Dr. Yunusa, for speaking with us. We appreciate it.
God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
All right, well, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, I'll be giving you my take. Stay with us. Here's my take. The unending cycle of insecurity and terrorism in Nigeria, which has spread and metamorphosed into banditry and kidnapping and outright killing of innocent Nigerians, has again resurfaced on our headlines, screaming for our attention. Our states and federal governments promised us that this will be a thing of the past in no time, but here we are again. I sometimes really wonder if maybe the media gives too much attention and a face to these terrorists by always talking about them and making reference to the activities. So I wonder, can we reduce their coverage? Will it lessen the powers that they have? Now, on the part of government and security agencies, more pressure and action needs to be seen to let these terrorists know that it's not going to be business as usual. And for the new merger, it's that season where politicians are aligning and realigning for different reasons and interests, coming up with the most interesting and sometimes very catchy rhetorics to capture the votes and supports of Nigerians. But we must query them. We have suffered too many times at the hands of these promise and fail politicians. We can no longer just take their words for it, can we? We must seek the antecedents of these politicians, whether men or women. We must track their progress, their character, their sincerity levels before we get in the same boat with them. So, be wise. I am Mary Anacombe, thanking you for watching. To have a good evening.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination. Traffic signs are important indicators that direct and inform commuters and motorists of dangers ahead. The National Bureau of Statistics has shown that there are about 11.8 million licensed cars on Nigeria's roads as at fourth quarter of 2018, compared to 11.6 million in the preceding year 2017. With an estimated population of 198 million, Nigeria's vehicle per population ratio is 0.06. Road traffic signs serve several purposes. Some are placed on the roads to point out directions to motorists. Some are placed to ensure the safety of motorists and pedestrians. How much of these signs are known to Nigerians?
That shows that the road is free for somebody to walk. That the traffic light is indicating red and it's time for you to walk across the traffic. Issued in case need be.
Majorly, it's meant for why children are meant to cross the road. So there's need for every vehicle that was passing by at that particular moment to stop by for them.
Facing me is don't turn left. Because if it was like this, I would say don't turn right. So it's if you see the sign showing like this, it's don't turn left.
It's a sign putting it on restricted areas where it is not necessary for such a vehicle to enter, especially a vehicle that has lowered height. It's not to enter in such a place.
Road signs are typically represented as symbols or annotations. Every motorist and in some cases pedestrians are expected to have an understanding of what these signs represent. It is crucial for authorities in charge to produce road signs with symbols together with their meanings spelled out.
We need signs. Every country, every city needs traffic signs, otherwise there will be chaos on the roads. Drivers would not be informed. Nobody would know who has a right or who does not have a right. What can you do? What can you not do? Are you going to warn me about an impediment in front of me or not? So signs are critical. It's not about anyone taking advantage. It's about us utilizing it for our own safety benefit. In a city like Lagos or any large city, there are more pedestrians on the road, more than vehicles. And pedestrians are more vulnerable than vehicular movement because a vehicle is a matter that is enclosed, and so the occupant of a vehicle feels safer. Whereas a pedestrian is vulnerable because it's only their body structure, so on impact of anything, there will be serious injury. Any new road being constructed in Lagos must have a requisite walkway. Zebra crossing, typically in Nigeria, some drivers, when you tell them like, oh, why have you not allowed the pedestrian to cross at the zebra crossing? And the driver will turn back and say, well, I can't see no zebra. You must, as a motorist, you must stop and give priority to the pedestrian to cross. That's the purpose of zebra crossings.
Inappropriate parking on the road is another disturbing habit. Where can drivers park on the road in case of necessity?
Typically speaking, when you go and apply for a driver's license, you are foremost trained to say to you that where you park is very important because it borders on safety and it borders on obstruction of other road users. And so the first job of any driver or a motorist is that wherever you've parked, you must ask yourself the question, is it safe? Is it obstructive? Do I have any traffic signs that bans me from parking at this spot? If you're able to answer all those questions in the affirmative, then you're good to go. And it's not just that. You have to also ask, can where I have chosen to park, can it be perceived by enforcement agency to be obstructive or just not an appropriate place to park? I.e., it is not appropriate to park on an express road that even has 3 lanes, even for 1 second. Because why? From a safety point of view, vehicles on an express will be on a higher speed. If you park there and you obstruct, you're forcing them to change lanes. Now, forcing someone to change lanes on an express on high speed is very dangerous. More than likely, it will lead to a crash. So you can't park there. If you go to a market and you do not go into an off-street parking space or go and find a side street that is not obstructed to parking, and you now say, oh, because other people are parking there, I just want to park for 1 minute. 1 minute is more than enough for an accident to happen. 1 minute is more than enough for obstruction to other traffic flow to occur. So your 1 minute to you may be small, but for the country, for the state, for agency like ours, 1 minute at an inappropriate place is obstructive. And then that vehicle, if we have a tow vehicle, we will tow it.
What are the transportation agencies in Nigeria doing to educate citizens and motorists?
With a program like yours, it's all part of the education links that we have, that we use. Federal Road Safety Corps, LAMATA, LASMA, any agency that has anything to do with safety on the roads, with transportation, would always look for an avenue to educate the citizenry. There's a purpose for the road. Your purpose is to move from point A to B, not to abuse other road users. Don't take advantage of vulnerable road users.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Well, many thanks for joining us on Plus News Update. I am Justin Akadonye. No fewer than 172 students of the Federal College of Forestry Mechanization Afaka in Igabi local government area of Kaduna State have been rescued. Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs Samuel Aruwan announced this via a statement issued on Friday. He said troops of the Nigerian Army in the early hours of today rescued the victims, comprising 130 male students and 30 female students. The commissioner also noted that 8 staff members of the institution were also rescued from the kidnappers. Meanwhile, a combined team of Army, Air Force, Police and DSS troops are conducting an operation to track the missing students. The armed bandits in large numbers had attacked the institution and kidnapped several students and staff. Meantime, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has commiserated with the families of the abducted female student of the Federal College of Forestry Mechanization Mando in the Igabi local government area of Kaduna State. An unspecified number of girls were abducted from the school on Friday by gunmen who left the male students behind. The abduction comes barely 2 weeks after nearly 300 female students of Government Girls Secondary School Jankebe in Niger State regained their freedom from bandits who had abducted them from their school. In 2014, Nigeria witnessed the abduction of over 200 girls from a secondary school in Chibok, Borno State by Boko Haram terrorists. In 2018, 110 girls from Government Girls Science and Technical College Dapchi in Yobe State were also abducted by Boko Haram. Now, Deputy Assistant Secretary, Bureau of African Affairs, Michael Gonzalez says Boko Haram and the Islamic State West Africa province were not involved in the spate of abductions going on in Niger, Zamfara, Katsina, Kaduna State, and another part of the northwest. Although Boko Haram has opportunistically claimed credit for several of these kidnappings in the past, Gonzalez said there was no indication that the terrorists were involved in this. The official, who said the U.S. was disgusted by the abductions of school children, said the U.S. was ready to provide appropriate support to the federal government if requested to do so, stating that the criminal activity was being carried out by bandits who were motivated by money and other economic considerations. For staying with security matters, the National Security Advisor to the President, retired Major General Babagana Mongodo, says some funds meant for the purchase of arms to strengthen the country's anti-terror war got missing under the leadership of the ex-service chiefs. The ex-service chiefs are the Chief of Defense Staff, General Abayami Olonishaki, Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Tukur Burtei, Chief of Naval Staff, retired Vice Admiral Ibok Ekwe Ibas, and Chief of Air Staff, retired Air Marshal Sadiq Abubakar. The NSA, in an interview with the BBC Hausa on Friday, said the new service chiefs have not seen any of the arms that the funds were supposed to be used to procure. An unidentified gunman has reportedly shot a senior secondary school 3 female students in Ekiti State. The student, whose name was given as Ayomide Adaranijo, was shot on her stomach, breast and arm. Adaranijo, who is now receiving medical treatment at the Ekiti State University Teaching Hospital, Ado-Ekiti, was attacked on Wednesday evening at Basiri area of Ado-Ekiti metropolis. The victim's mother, Omolayo Adaranijo, said they were waylaid at Basiri Junction at around 7:56 p.m. by an armed wielded man who suddenly alighted from a bike and opened fire on her daughter. She added that her 15-year-old daughter immediately fell and blood began to ooze out from her stomach, arms and breast, where the pellets pierced her. Away from all of that, now a 5-man panel of the Supreme Court has affirmed a 10-year jail term sentence slammed on the former governor of Plateau State, Senator Joshua Dariye, who is serving a 10-year jail term for criminal breach of trust. In a lead judgment read by Justice Helen Ogunmiju on behalf of the Justice Mary Odeli panel, the court held that the appeal court was right to have affirmed the judgment of an Abuja High Court, which originally sentenced the ex-governor. The Court of Appeal Abuja had convicted and sentenced Dariye to 10 years for diverting public funds, estimated at 1.162 billion naira, while he was the governor. A 3-man panel of the Court of Appeal, led by Justice Stephen Ada, in its decision, upheld an earlier judgment by Justice Adebukola Banjoko of the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, delivered on June 12, 2018. Now, the Supreme Court, however, quashed the charge of criminal misappropriation of funds, which carries a 2-year jail term. While still talking court matters, the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Justice John Soho, has shortlisted 34 lawyers from 5 states, from which 6 will be justices were directed to state their objections to the list, if any, within 10 days. And now to other parts of Africa. Controversial but revered king of South Africa's Zulus, Goodwill Zwelithini, has died at the age of 72 after weeks in hospital. The king wielded great influence among millions of Zulus through his largely ceremonial and spiritual role, despite having no official power in modern South Africa. The king was admitted to hospital last month for diabetes. Born in Nongoma, a small town in the southeastern KwaZulu-Natal province, Zwelithini ascended the throne in 1971 during the apartheid era at the age of 23, 3 years after the death of his father. A mass funeral ceremony has been made for the victims of a series of explosions in Equatorial Guinea's largest city, which killed at least 105 people and injured more than 600 others. The victims' coffins were carried in procession in a soccer stadium in Bata, where the blast happened on Sunday. Now, Prime Minister Francisco Pascual Yegwe Obama Aswe and Vice President Theodore Ngwema Obiang Mangwe watched the procession. The government blamed the explosion on fires set by farmers living near a military base and the negligent handling of dynamite stocks by the military unit guarding them. In outside Africa now, Russia says the Taliban should be included in any Afghan interim administration ahead of a conference in Moscow aimed at supporting peace talks between the Islamist group and Afghanistan's government. Moscow is set to host a conference in Afghanistan on the 18th of March and has invited several regional players, including Taliban representatives. It comes at a crucial time for the peace process ahead of a May 1 deadline for foreign troops to withdraw from Afghanistan. Now, the United States has drafted a peace plan calling for the current Afghan government to be replaced with an interim administration until a new constitution is agreed and elections held, but Afghan President Ashraf Ghani has refused to step aside for a transitional government. A World Health Organization expert advisory committee is currently looking at AstraZeneca's COVID-19 vaccine after some countries paused distribution of it, but there is no reason not to use it. Health authorities in several countries, including Denmark, Norway and Iceland, have suspended the use of AstraZeneca's vaccine following report of the formation of blood clots in some people who have been vaccinated. Margaret Harris told a Geneva briefing that it was an excellent vaccine and that no causal relationship had been established between the shot and the health problems reported, calling the pause in use a precautionary measure.
And they are looking at these particular signals and will meeting soon and will advise WHO on any new safety signals or concerns about any vaccines. And they're currently assessing the reports on AstraZeneca. And as soon as we've got a full understanding of that from our committee, we will communicate that to the public. But this is very important to understand, that they are saying that the benefit outweighs the risk, and that's very important. Now, the only reason there's been a suspension in some countries is that they are looking at those signals. Now, AstraZeneca is an excellent vaccine, as are the other vaccines that are being used. And as I said, we've reviewed the data on deaths. There has been no deaths to date proven to have been caused by vaccination. So,
well, let's talk business now. The Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Temipri Silva, says there will be no increment in the pump price of premium motor spirit PMS until conclusion of consultation with organized labor. Now, Silva gave the assurance while addressing newsmen on Friday in Lagos. The minister said the clarification was necessitated by reports that the price of PMS, commonly known as petrol, has been increased to 212 naira 61 kobo per litre. According to him, for the past few months, the government has been in consultation with organized labor to find the least painful option to respond to the global rise of crude prices, which has inevitably led to the increase in petrol prices. He said it was unthinkable that the government would unilaterally abandon these discussions and act in the manner suggested by the information under reference. Silva maintained that cynicism and deceit have never been the trademark of the President Muhammadu Buhari's administration. In entertainment news now, popular American musician The Weeknd has announced that he will be boycotting the Grammys Award going forward after he was shut out of the 2021 nominations. For years, the Grammys have been facing accusations of bias against black artists and have an opaque voting system that critics say is unfair and not realistic. Popular rapper Drake also revealed that the Grammys were losing their relevance following this year's nominations. Drake disclosed that he was among many music fans who expected The Weeknd's colossal 2020 album, After Hours, to be nominated but was exempted. He further noted that The Weeknd was a lock for either album or Song of the Year, but the Grammys failed to nominate him. In sport news now, South Africa's Patrice Motsepe has emerged as the president of the Confederation of African Football (CAF), taking over from Ahmed Ahmed. Africa has suffered serious setbacks in recent years, with all 5 qualifiers for the 2018 World Cup in Russia eliminated after the first round the continent was showing in 36 years. Now, last November, Malagasy Ahmed Ahmed became the first CAF president to be banned by FIFA, with a 5-year suspension for governance issues cut to 2, appealing to the Court of Arbitration for Sport. Just a few weeks ago, Motsepe, Ivorian Jacques Anouma, Mauritanian Ahmed Yahya, and Senegalese were also in the news.
It's a huge honor and a huge privilege for me, and we spend the morning hearing the challenges that confronts African football, and I'll talk later about what all of us can and will do together. Leadership we have in Africa, the leadership we have of football in every country. It is that leadership that gives me confidence and that inspires me, and I'm absolutely confident working together we will indeed succeed to make African football not just reach the summit, but be amongst the best in the world. Sometimes we see the problems and the failures and the weaknesses in CAF, and there are challenges. But we must also focus on the optimistic, on the positive, on a lot of the good work that many of the staff people, our committees, the governing committee, all of these, the ethics committee, all of these structures within CAF that really have excellent people who really try and do a good job, and we really I want to express my personal deep gratitude. Can we clap hands for them, please?
And sports wraps it for us on the news. For more update, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back again at 6 p.m. with more stories. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
What is a democracy? It's a government of all of us for all of us. So when we try to paint that picture, like you mentioned in your advocacy, they call you a hater.
The police remains brutal. They continue to do the same thing they were doing before that time. So can we just get more participatory in the process, including this generation?
Where is the hope? What's going to change? How is it going to change?
the lesson is that we need each other.
True.
And so this idea of we are better off than these other people, we should drop it.
Unfortunately, we live in a country of compromise that clearly, actually militantly, says we don't want the best. Just give us the one that is okay. We have seen that the street did not deliver much dividend. It didn't. As a matter of fact, the people in power cowered them into submission. Let's get more involved.
Jacob, you are one family. There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Whenever there are misunderstandings with both couples, I think it's not easy to settle it when they are from different cultural backgrounds. You understand? Mm-hmm. So, for instance, an Efik guy marrying to an Efik girl, at times when there are issues, they can understand themselves. You understand? Then an Igbo guy now going to marry a Yoruba guy. You know, at times this Yoruba lifestyle that we all know is party things. The guy may not be able to flow with what is happening on in their background. You understand? Likewise to the Igbo guy too. And so when it goes with an Igbo guy to an Igbo girl, at times the flow is easy because they understand the concept from the background.
You know, mostly the background we come from. Like maybe you are from the Middle Belt, precisely Benue State or so. You wanted to marry from the Igbo. Most of the family will say, we don't want you to marry from Igbo. Maybe they might not understand your language and you will not understand them. Many will say their marriage, whatever, is high and all those things. It affects a lot. And if you said, okay, to the Yoruba people, they will say, no, culture, this and that will have a higher culture system than their own. When you get married to them, they might be going out different from your own and all those things. So that affects a lot.
Yes, I think it affects mainly, like you said, for the like Idomans or maybe those thief in Benue State. If you should marry a thief person, they believe the girl or the woman goes out to shit on your wife or something. And for the Igbos, when you go, if you should marry there, then they feel maybe during their, if they want to give them any chieftain title, they will say, okay, no, they will not because she's not from their own side. So I think it's a fair, but if you should look at it in a normal reason.
Well, personally, I don't think, but I believe that it's individualistic, as in everybody have different individual differences. So some people might not see it as something, but other people might see it as something. But personally, I think it doesn't really matter.
What really matters is love. So as long as the love exists between the two people we are talking about. So cultural background doesn't have say. So it's love that supersedes.
I don't think cultural background should affect people's relationship. Because in the 21st century, people should be able to love according to your feelings. Being a Yoruba and Igbo does not mean anything. All you needed in a relationship is just the understanding. Once you can be able to study the person very well, and her character aligns with yours, it can start like a dating from dating to courtship, from courtship, then to a serious relationship. And then once you can be able to find out that everything can work well for you, then you can go ahead into the relationship. So this idea of this, I think in this modern time, we should not be talking about cultural background affecting our relationship with people.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family. There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? It's Dice Ills, aka Mr. Miyagi, and we're just gonna give a few words to every up-and-coming artist or every dream chaser out there trying to be successful. I started off with just a dream and an undying passion to become Dice. Back in the day, a lot of people told me it wouldn't happen. A lot of people told me my dreams were too big. But one thing that I never stopped doing is I never stopped believing, and I never stopped having passion. And that's what you need to do as well. And when you ever hit success, never forget where you're coming from, because that's the only way that you can stay grounded. So believe in yourself, stay prayerful, and be passionate. One love. Bless.
Truth is, I've always wanted to be an actor in a terrain where people thought, oh, you may not fit in, this may not be the thing for you. I've always been desirous of being an actor, and you know, one of my biggest people, mentors, or who I look up to, or the character I want to play, is even playing James Bond sometimes. But it's been a long journey for me. I didn't get here. Last year, 2019, I won Best Actor 2019 for Maya Awards, and I didn't get there all in one day. I've done a lot of things. I've worked in the bank. I worked in the bank for 9 years. I've done real estate. I've sold cars. I've sold lands. I've gone through the highs and lows. And you know, initially, when I told people that I was leaving, I've been doing acting all my life. But when I told people I was going to leave and go full stream and full line into acting, people told me, you know, don't go for this. I don't think that's what you should do. Maybe this is not for you. And it was a tough call to make. It was a tough decision to make, but I eventually decided that I was going to go for it. And I went from audition to audition to audition to audition to audition to audition till I got my first major job, and that led to my second, third, fourth, fifth. And I decided to go and upskill myself and go to film school, you know, in the US. And I came back and I got a fantastic opening, a cinema movie where I played leading man with Omotola Jolade called The Tribunal. So it's been a very, very long journey. But one thing I can say is that whatever path you choose in life, as long as your heart is there, stick with it.
18 years down the lane, I'm still doing my thing as a stand-up comedian and also a master of ceremony. I've been through the vicissitudes of life. It was not like this before. I remember those years when when I was still in Warri, when I would go from show to show, looking for a platform to express myself. Thank God for helps around me, but it wasn't easy. Because I had to convince people that, oh, hey, try me out, I'm funny and all that. I had to trek many times. Even when I moved to Lagos, oh God, I trekked all kinds of distance just to attend shows, just to maximize the opportunities I had. It wasn't funny. I had to squat with squatters. I lived with people that were living with people. It was that bad, but hey, all our stories now. I'm here, and I'm not where I want to be, but I'm not where I used to be. So don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your dreams. As long as you believe you can do it, yeah, in spite of the pitfalls, the shortcomings, still move on. Stand up, dust yourself off the feet, off the ground, and move on. All right? There are more to conquer than you have conquered.
There was once upon a time in my life when I was doing this MC work and all these things, hosting gigs, and I did an event. I won't say the name of the organization, but you know, when they say, "Oh, we'll give you honorarium," I'm like, "Oh, okay, great." And it's not a small organization. And when they finished, I got 25K. So I used the money with the love of God, fueled the car, and then kept the change to buy granules, sauce, and got the egg on the road. When it's your time, it's your time. Don't rush it, don't force it. What's yours is yours. What's meant to be yours will be yours. Nobody can take it away from you because you are you in yourself. Know your creator. And that way, you know that your creator did not create a joke. So therefore, just believe in yourself and your time will come. I love you guys. Thank you.
When I was younger, I had just lost my father. And it was at the time when, you know, we had that television that you open and close like cupboard. Okay, I know that a very high number of people may not understand this. And I came back. Our TV was not there, but our neighbor had bought a new kind of TV. It was colored, and all the kids in the neighborhood were sitting on the floor watching this TV. And then I came back from lesson, saw everyone sitting down there. It looked a bit different from us, and the pictures looked finer because it was colored. And I stood by the curtain, and this lady just pulled the curtains together and shut me out. I felt bad. But I was also a big-mouthed young child. So I went to her and I said, because of me, you pulled the curtains together, right? The next time you look at that your TV, you will see me there. It was a joke. I mean, like, okay, it wasn't a joke, but I didn't know how it was going to happen. But I just wanted to tell her that she had no right to shut me out. And I went to school and I got this, the principal came in and said, Commissioner Shakia is looking for you. You're going to open up ROS TV. And guess what? When she put on her TV at 4 p.m., 2 months after, I was a continuity announcer who opened up that station. So don't be afraid and don't worry about how anyone looks at you right now. Worry more about how you see you. Worry more about what you intend to do with you. Worry more about how convinced you are about anything that you want to do. It doesn't matter. People can close their windows, close their doors, tell you to get out, tell you to sit down, tell you to go to bed. It's okay. They are not God. He has a final say. But guess what? You have the final work. Because if you don't work and work towards it, God is just going to stand there waiting. It is what you give to him that he will enhance. I hope this does somebody some good. We're all stars, I tell you. When you look up, you see a lot of them. I'm sure you're up there and shining, okay? So please, put some glow to your own star. Love ya!
Welcome to the show that brings you up to speed with happenings around the world of entertainment. Myself and my co-anchor will be dissecting and analyzing them for you as well. With me is Emerald and Menuga. How are you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you.
Yes,
how are
thank
you?
God it's Friday.
I'm not in that spirit of thank God it's Friday. So.
Why? Why not?
I don't know, I think I've been experiencing the Friday thing since like Wednesday. So
oh yeah?
Yeah.
So, my guys are ballers.
When I say experiencing, I don't mean I've been balling or
So what have you
partying
been
or I've just been doing almost the usual thing that I do Fridays.
Tell us, fill us in. We would like to know.
The usual things
Tell
I
us about
do.
your life. What do you do on Friday?
Okay, normally on Fridays I have a show that I host on IG Live, and you know, I shoot videos for my YouTube. I visit places. I try to taste different kind of food. So I've
So
done.
you've been doing that since.
I did that.
And you call me your friend.
No, you've been busy. You've been busy. You know, after here, you get carried on with other things, and I just let you, concentrate with that because I don't want to disturb you. But anyways, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Okay.
I don't have Friday plans, sadly. I just want to chill, just sleep.
This will be the first time you are not having a Friday
Yes,
plan.
I never have plans, but I can call you and be like, yo, you
Don't call
me.
Don't call me and complain.
No, I won't complain.
Okay.
I'll probably just call you that. Yes, it's getting tons.
All right.
Anyways, let's get to it, right?
Yeah.
All right, so the first on our lineup is Food Matters. As popular singer Skibi has shown off the receipts of about 1.3 million naira on food at a restaurant in Lagos State. He revealed the lavish amount spent on food on his Instagram story. The meal, however, is a typical jollof rice with turkey and fried dodo plantain, which amounted to the sum of $3,300, a rough estimate of about 1.3 million naira. Do you think that's even true?
Which estimated to what amount?
1.3 million.
Oh, please, 3,300
$300.
naira. Let's be realistic here, naira. First off, when I saw the receipt, I think he's joking, because there's no way in Nigeria you would buy food that expensive. First off, then second off, when I looked at the receipt, I saw that it's somewhere in Lekki. So question is, where exactly in Lekki? I've never ever seen
dollars?
where in Nigeria that you eat and you pay in dollars. Then third of all, please, when I looked at it, that's the usual price, the usual price for almost every restaurant for rice. He even went to a buka, buka, all these very nice bukas in Lekki. So jollof rice is 500, plantain is 300. Everybody knows that plantain is 300.
Not everybody knows that.
A lot of people.
Which you eat, man. We don't bowl so low, Go on, I'm just messing.
A lot of
with
people
you.
are aware that plantain is 300 naira. I'm talking about the place right now because I eat there.
190,000 naira. I think it's ridiculous. But this brings it to my question: what's the most ridiculous amount you spent on food?
On food, I'm not much of a person that eats food. I eat junks a lot. I really don't eat food, but I can't remember, but I think maybe 15K
for a plate.
A plate.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's really
That's
fair, depending on where I went to. So I think it's the place I went to.
Depending on what they're serving you.
It was actually talking about what they served me. It's a very tiny something, but the place, because of where
ambience.
Exactly.
So sometimes you pay for ambience. You're not actually paying for.
I think we actually do pay for ambience almost all the time. Yeah. So yeah, 15K if I can remember.
Me, I don't think I will pay anything ridiculous because once I see the bill and it's outrageous, let me see you work. What
if it's your birthday?
Yeah, if it's my birthday, of course. Yeah, I spend ridiculous amounts when I'm in the celebratory mood on whatever, actually. Okay. So it's not just on food now. So if I am in that mood, of course, but I have options. I'm a foodie. For those who don't know, I'm a foodie. So I know a lot of restaurants. So if A is not working, I'll go to B unless I'm actually craving A.
You know a lot of restaurants. That means you lied to me the day that I asked you to take me somewhere to get food here.
Your budget matters. I know.
No,
restaurants,
I wasn't. I didn't give you a budget.
But you're looking for.
No, I was not looking for kind of. No, I just said.
But I took you to one eventually.
Excuse me. That was
so
after I screamed and screamed and screamed. I told you to take me somewhere to eat, and you were like, I don't know anywhere around here. And inside my head, I was like, this guy is he only eats at places like hotel or what?
Well, I took you somewhere at the end of the day.
And I suffered from eating from there.
Why are you making it look like I'm the bad guy? And I didn't cook the food.
Anyways.
I took you to a restaurant.
It's fine.
And it was good, actually.
I suffered from eating that food, you know.
I don't know if it was the food. You're not sure yourself.
I'm sure.
Did you go to the hospital?
I am sure.
Did you get diagnosed?
My sister is a doctor, so yeah.
Oh, all right. So let's move on to the next story. Next time, I won't take you to no restaurants. All right. So Nigerian actress Anita Joseph has advised parents to stop kissing their kids in the mouth. Taken to her Instagram page, Anita Joseph shared a video advising parents to peck their children on their cheek or forehead. According to her, kissing children in the mouth is disgusting and not hygienic. What's your take on that?
Parents not kissing their children in the mouth. That, I think when you say parents not kissing their children in the mouth, I think that's a little too far.
Why is it?
I'm coming. Take, for example, a mother. You tell the mother not to kiss her child in the mouth. I feel like that's really something that might not, like, you can't tell me not to do that if I want to do that. It's my child. Okay, I understand when she mentioned the hygiene thing and all about
health risk and all
I feel like it's okay for the mom. It's okay for the mom. Obviously, she wouldn't want her child to have whatever germs and all, especially when the mom is a clean person. But when it's strangers,
never be too clean in the mouth.
Family, friends, no. Most times when I even see people do that to a child, I'm like,
it irks me. Like,
I asked question. One time I was at the mall and I saw the girl. She was, kissing this child in the mouth, and I had to ask her, "Is that your baby?" She's like, "No, the mom is over there." And I was like, "Oh, that is not your baby, and you're kissing her in the mouth. That's offensive. I don't like that. I won't buy that. But if it's my child, I will kiss my child in the mouth."
It's a bit difficult for you to tell a mother not to kiss their child in the mouth. But if you're thinking about the hygiene and the medical implications, obviously. Now, there's so many things that goes into an adult's mouth. I don't know what. I don't know. Wait, why you?
Just try and be specific when you're talking. Like, it would really help me.
I said there's so many things that go into an adult's mouth that is not allowed to go into a baby's mouth, right?
Yeah, that's
so
true.
whatever it is, I think your body has a way of reacting to things differently. So my body can take some things that can go into my mouth. How do you know a baby that has never had such in his or her mouth is going to survive it? So I think for the medical risk and the hygiene purpose, I totally agree with Anita Joseph. But of course, motherly love would not let us do that.
I don't think that would ever happen.
Yeah, motherly love. But for strangers, I totally agree with you.
Sure.
I think that is actually very disgusting that it's not your child and then you're hugging and kissing and doing all of that. I think too much.
Do you think parents or better still mothers, do you think they can prevent this from happening?
Yeah, just one of strangers, one of in-laws.
How do you even know
all those people?
How do you even know
unless
that
you're not there? But I think we need
to
start putting the information out there so that people are aware. The more people hear things like this, the more they will stop doing things like that. Do you understand? So I think we should put the word out there, and we'll probably make the world a better place by not kissing all the people's babies
in the mouth. You can peck them. That's fine.
Are you sure about that?
I
wouldn't want anyone to peck my child, man. If you're not family, you shouldn't. But
I bet you've pecked people's babies.
What makes you think I like babies to start with?
You told me one time. You told me one time.
What?
Let me not spill the milk. Don't worry.
Okay. It's all good. So let's move on to the next story. Nigerian rapper Rugged Man has teased the villagers in Rivers State who ate a blue marlin fish without knowing its cost. Recall that some days back, a fisherman in Rivers State made a huge catch of a gigantic swordfish. In reaction to this, the famous rapper Rugged Man said a Nigerian man captured a blue marlin fish worth $2.6 million. Him and the village people ate it. They didn't know laughing, and then he said, they know they watch Nigeria Wild. But ignorance sometimes is very, very risky. 2.6.
You don't have to watch Nigeria Wild to know that. I always tell people.
Did you know let's be real, no. Did you know a blue marlin fish was
I
that
do.
expensive?
I don't know that it's expensive, but I know about the fish. Wait, excuse me, I'm coming. I know about the fish, but I don't know it's that expensive. Now, what I'm trying to say is this. Like I always tell my younger ones, whatever you see, if you see something and you don't know what it is,
don't eat it.
No, not even don't eat it. You can do research. So you have Google and all.
They said villagers.
Okay, I'm coming.
Yeah.
Villagers where? River State? Where?
Yeah, River State.
River State, okay. Doesn't mean they don't have an Android phone. You can tell me that. So still boils down to what I'm saying. If they had ask questions. Maybe they just, as they cut the fish, they're like, oh my God, everybody is happy, partying, and then let's kill it and eat it. Yeah. And they just ate the fish. So yeah, ignorance is actually is a big, I don't know, like it's a big thing that can either destroy you if you don't take your time about it. So if they had gotten that information about that fish, he will not even tell anybody that he caught that fish.
Me, like
he will just quietly take the fish to whatever next place he has to get what he's looking for. But wait,
Nigeria, will he be able to sell it for 2.6?
Question about that: where do you want to sell that fish, the amount, and how do you? Because now that we're aware of the cost of the fish, it's not here in Nigeria. It's over there. So if he wants to sell the fish, how?
It's a global village now. Communication, just get somebody that knows about it that can communicate to someone over there. It's a global village. You don't have to really be there to sell it.
Why do you think that fish is so expensive?
Because it's going out of extinction and it's actually an endangered species. So they're trying everything to preserve it because very soon we'll probably not see a blue marlin fish anymore. So that's why it is so expensive.
Interesting.
Yes. All right, but ignorance sometimes can make you do the dandiest things. And I can imagine the regrets this guy is feeling right now. Like
finding out the amount of this fish.
Him and his villagers, they are made for life. Do you know what $2.6 million? That's a lot of money.
A lot.
For just catching a fish. I hope I get that lucky.
How many times do you go close to water first off? Second, can you even fish?
You'll be surprised at the things I can do for $2.6 million.
Okay.
I think I'm beginning to consider being a fisherman if this guy got that lucky. Yeah. All right, so we'll be going on the music break. As you know, it's Friday and we're just about to vibe and just, have some fun. So kick your feet up, relax, and chill with us.
Why must all the good things always come to an end? But big rest somehow still find to remain. Annihilate anything on a mission to complicate. Carry him through away, oh far away. That makes me to gyrate. Champagne and ice flow my way. Before they come to complicate one today. And I want to make you move times two for one year. Body share mo timba tisogbe mo ti te ohun lati bodada annihilate anything on a mission to complicate carry am throw away oh far away that makes me to gyrate champagne and ice flow my way before they come to complicate one today and I want to make you move
international vibe, go. Your black is beautiful. Don't change your black is beautiful. Share Banks, C-Gag. Your black is beautiful. Don't change your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. Just know your black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. I've been around the world. I've seen a lot of faces. No matter where you're from, just know that black is in the spaces. No matter who you are, no matter what your race is, and no matter what you do, just know that black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. Just know that black is beautiful. Your black is beautiful. Just know that black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. Black is beautiful. Don't change your black is beautiful.
I'm black, I'm young and bold, and rap is all I know. But the fact is that I'm broke, so when I talk, it's all a joke. Till I'm laughing to the back, and my smile is starting to grow. What's dark, I got the glow. I start with the homies, yo act like you know me, yo whack. And your style is funny, who's that? Well, I don't know you, same cat. At different alleys, street gangs, at the pep rally, we strap. You don't want smoke, it's like hair, or maybe coke, bump the door, the music's dope. But hey, listen, I got a dream, I'm a visionary. No regular, I'm taking high. Stick it down in PTSD, victim crime. Trip across, but I did the line. Trippy hard, bars on lock like a 69 with a sickening mind. Pussy ass rappers get victimized. Don't know the beauty to go get a break, never throwing the sword. Just moving my balls, cause I'm the shit, still talking the trap. Hustle your dick, there's no way to grab. Just being back, empty girl and ass. Climb to the podium, take off the max. Son of the hits is enough to the max. Promise and I do, your niggas gon' feel it, gon' double it back. Doubling back, right into trouble, what's up in that?
After me bed rest into the kitchen, make bread and bacon. Cameraman, get the money off a tape on. When I look good, when I look fresh with a pink eye patch, no money off a station. All of them are sanitized before they come. Give me nothing to stop me. Red Bull, give me wings to the sky. Who guys the lockdown? Who guys the pandemic? They don't leave them again. And all of them are sanitized before they come. Give me nothing to stop me. Red Bull, give me wings to the sky. Who guys the lockdown? Who guys the pandemic? Can you hear me now? Violation when we step into your wood. Me and the rest, you choose. Man, I cock already, man, I come true. Nothing if you do. Violation when we step into your wood. Me and the rest, you choose. Man, I ban ready. You know, say man, I ban ready. Them are hating and stressing themselves on me. When I'm busy creating, the hits them singing to when them getting. It's crazy, none of them can alleviate me. Raging fire. Them a pull me down, me I know let's put on me enemies in the bonnets. So me bundle and flush them in a water closet. All of them are sanitized before they come. Give me nothing to stop me. Red Bull, give me wings to the sky. Who guys the lockdown? Who guys the pandemic? The only part them again. All of them are sanitized before they come. Give me nothing to stop me. Red Bull, give me wings to the sky. Who guys the lockdown? Who guys the pandemic? Can you hear me now? Violation when we step into your wood. Me and the rest, you choose. Man, I cock already, man, I come true. Nothing if you do. know say man I born ready. Raging fire.
Hey guys, welcome to our vlog. It's called Feel Good Vlog.
Don't forget to subscribe.
If you like it, click the link below.
Right now.
To copy this tune, press this.
Let's see if I will get it.
The night is still young and so are we. I might be wrong, but you're all I need, oh shit. You like it for your waist. You make it my one curse. Been staring all day. Oh yeah, tell me what you want to do tonight. Oh mommy, let me do you right. I mean I know go compromise. Put your hands on me. Tell me what you want to do tonight. Oh mommy, let me do you right. I mean I know go compromise. Put your hands on me. I wanna make you feel good. Baby, baby, my baby, my baby, my shady. Oh, baby, oh, baby, then baby, my shady. Baby, baby, my baby, my baby, my shady. Oh, baby, oh, baby, then baby, my shady. I love the way you move it left and right for me. I love the way you walk it out all night on me. Take it easy, don't go out of sight. Oh yeah, tell me what you want to do tonight. Oh mommy, let me do you right. I mean I know go compromise. Put your hands on me. Tell me what you want to do tonight. Oh mommy, let me do you right. I mean I know go compromise. Put your hands on me. I wanna make you feel good. Baby, baby, my dream about.
Yes, y'all, welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. And of course, the greatness is not over. We have a guest in the studio, and she goes by the name Chioma Onuchukwu. And she's the head of TuneCore West and East Africa. Before her appointment at TuneCore, she was a marketing manager at UDUX, UDUX, streaming platform in Nigeria, where she worked with Kiss Daniel, Yemi Alade, Davido, and more. Now, some of you may be asking, what's TuneCore? TuneCore is the global platform for independent musicians to build audience and careers with technology and services across distribution, publishing, administration, and a range of promotional services. TuneCore music distribution services help artists, labels, and managers sell their music through Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, YouTube Music, Egg, Deezer, TikTok, and more, and it's a more than 150, no, has more than 150 download and streaming stores worldwide, while retaining 100% of their sale revenue. We'll ask about that. And rights for low annual flat fee. TuneCore Music Publishing Administration assists songwriters by administering their compositions through licensing, registration, worldwide royalty, collections, and placement opportunities in film, TV, commercials, video, games, and more. Let's make welcome the beautiful, very beautiful actually, Chioma. Oh no. Did I get your last name?
I'm jealous, and I want to say that.
Why?
I want to say, first of all, I'm jealous.
Why are you jealous?
Because you said very beautiful.
See,
very
don't
beautiful.
put me in
Why did you
trouble
stress very? Also,
yeah,
it's Onuchukwu.
Yes.
Onuchukwu.
I mean, he was
but I was
really
close. Yeah.
Onuchukwu.
At least A for effort.
A for effort, yes. I need the A for effort. Wow,
Yes,
thank you
yes.
for that super amazing introduction.
All right, but I think we should hear from the horse's mouth. Tell us about TuneCore, and you've been with them for close to 6 months now.
Yes,
How has that
going
been for you?
Going on 6 months. I mean, it's been amazing. It's been totally different. I've been used to working behind the scenes, but now, you know, I'm in the forefront, running things, you know,
The foot soldier.
Yeah, actually, you know, making the decisions and stuff. So it's been really, really interesting, really amazing. It's been, again, I'm going to reiterate, you know, different. There's a really supportive team, you know, at TuneCore, not just for like, you know, their employees, but also to the artists as well. That's something that we like to put forward, you know, amazing supports, you know, customer service and stuff. So it's been really, really, really good. And I think you hit it with, you know, describing what it is that we do. I don't think there's any need to, like, you know, go back there. But basically, just say it again, you know, we're a music distribution company. We also offer publishing, administration, and licensing. So.
Alrighty.
How does it feel being a woman in this position?
See, at the end of the day, for me, I think I've always had that dream that I would get to this point. You know, so it's almost like where you're trying to affirm or whatever you want to call it, manifest or visualize yourself there, and now I'm here. It's almost like, okay, finally, you know. So it's amazing. You know, in a sense, because like I said, it's like first time really being out there. So for me, it's amazing. And of course, with the conversation around, you know, having more women in leadership, that conversation is also trickling down to, you know, Africa, Nigeria as well. And I will also applaud TuneCore in that, because in terms of like their management, senior mid or whatever, there's a very good like representation for you know, female leadership there. So which is also really good. I mean, I have a Southern African counterpart, and she's a woman, you know, she's a woman as well. So yeah, so that's been really, really good.
All right, so, you know, digital marketing, you know, streaming platforms, I wouldn't say it's new to Nigeria, but I think a lot of us, or a lot of people, actually felt the need for it during the pandemic, because there were no concerts anymore. They couldn't go out to have private shows, and then you realize that the only way I can make my money is, you know, using streaming platforms and all that. Are you telling us that this is the future right now, especially for independent artists, those that don't have record labels? And what is the plan for partnering with record labels as well?
I mean, this definitely, I'll say, is the future. Of course, with internet penetration really, you know, taking off in Africa as well, not just the rest of the world. And of course, technological advances with people getting more on smartphones. Like even now, musicians, a lot of them don't even go into the studio to record music. You can literally do it on your phone. Yeah, and then you can also just, you know, send that music around to people to meet and maybe check it out for you, or even have it distributed. So that's kind of the direction that we're going into right now. And I mean, 20 years ago, we can say that we didn't have these streaming platforms in the picture. So there's already that change happening. And then back then, of course, as an independent artist, it was very difficult for you to even get your music on those streaming platforms. You know, that was where you could see the record labels, you know, really shine and things like that. And now with you know, the independent distribution companies like TuneCore, it makes it easy for artists to get their music on anywhere they want, whether it's Spotify, Deezer, Uduex, wherever it is, you can, you know, easily get your music out there. And
Uduex, actually,
yes.
I said Udox.
Yeah.
Let's go
on.
You
know, Uduex and stuff. But, you know, the beauty of it now is back then you didn't have a lot of options of whether you need to go, you know, get with a record label. And especially if what we've known from past events and history, people get into the record labels and they don't actually have a 100% understanding of what they're getting into.
Yeah.
When you're independent and you find an independent company that you're comfortable with, that gives you everything that you need, and you're approached by the record label, not to say there's anything wrong with that, you now have an option of whether you want to go there or you want to stay independent, keeping 100% of everything. Do you understand? So it's now that change of you having the option now to either go this way or, you know, stay independent and stick with a distribution company like Tunco, for instance.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah.
You mentioned that, reading out everything about Tunco, you mentioned that 100% of the revenue that is made by these artists is not touched by
Yes.
Tunco.
So
how possible is that?
Yeah,
because you guys must chop now.
No, so for us, what we do is we charge you for either we are distributing a single or an album. So you're charged per single on per year. So that's our own take home. But then when you make the revenues, or when we collect the revenues or the royalties from all of the DSPs that you've picked, whether you picked all of them or you have a select, you know, because you have the option of, oh, I want my music on Spotify, I don't want it on Apple, I want it here, I don't want it there. Once we get that, all of that goes to you.
So how flexible is the plan? Because you could say, okay, we'll do that for you for 2 years, we'll do that for you for 3 years. Is that how it works?
So for us, it's an annual thing.
Okay.
So it's like a subscription.
So I could choose not to renew after.
You have that option,
Okay.
yes. That
Also,
option is also available.
Some of you guys mentioned that some of your services that the songs that these artists had done, you make it very like visible for like movie distributions and all that.
Yeah, so that's
how do you know the kind of songs?
Yeah, so we have a team, yes,
Okay.
that's dedicated to handling that. So basically they can, you know, if they get, because part of when you upload your music to TuneCore, we also kind of go through it. And if we see it's something that, you know, it could make sense in, say, a commercial, a movie, or whatever the case may be, then we can, you know, let you know, like, hey, you can make some extra money, you know, by licensing this off to so and so, you know, maybe with a show on Netflix or whatever the case may be. And that's additional revenue for you as an artist.
All right, so I remember this Mr. Easy story sometime when I don't want to mention the streaming platform now, where he said, you know, he got over 100 million streams and he got like $5,000 or thereabout, and people were like, how? Do you understand? He was also lamenting. So I want to get it because a lot of us didn't get it, especially when you're not in the business. What's the algorithm to actually, you know, calculate how much people are making from their streams?
Yeah, so there's a breakdown. I'm not too sure what happened with that. It could be a case of maybe a revenue split. I can't really speak on what that incident is, but typically there's like 3 ways that you get. So there's the mechanicals and recording, and another one right now I can't really remember. So there's like a breakdown of the various ways you can make money. Now, I'm not too sure what happened with the Mr. Easy situation. I don't know what platform that was, but yeah. So there's like a breakdown from the streaming that's the DSPs, the digital streaming platforms, where you're able to, how your revenue streams are counted. So there's one called Mechanical, I think another called Recording, and there's one more as well.
All right, do you think this puts you guys in a position where you're beginning to look like a competition with record labels, you know, like we're in competition?
That's a loaded one. I think at the end of the day, it's just what works for you as an artist. So we've seen a need and we've come in to, you know, provide value, you know, and help you through that. So it's now up to you to decide. Again, back to the statement I made about do you want to be independent, you know? So, and then we celebrate that. We have a campaign now. It's going to go international sometime this March, maybe early April, called Independent EF.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's a big deal. We have merch on it. We have a hashtag on it with like over 100,000, you know, people using that hashtag. So for us, it's just celebrating that, hey, you can still make it in this industry being independent.
All right, so you guys are the, don't say, me don't jazzy, just sign me, I don't blow. You know, you could just...
So there's nothing wrong with that. If that's what you want to do.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
now,
We're
trying to defend it.
It's more like a competition now. It's looking
now
like...
we're trying to defend it. That's why it's beginning to look like a competition.
I'm not going to say anything about competition. I'm just saying we're giving you the option to still make it being independent. You know, there's the record label, so what works for you, go for that.
I think it's a great opportunity for independent artists Because, you know, some people are like, I'm not signed to this place, so it's like very hard for me to like really make it. And
Yeah,
have,
and it's okay. So something to also include, because you know, TuneCore was acquired by a company called Believe. Now, Believe is an international record label, so to say. So you also have the opportunity to be upstreamed, upsold to Believe, which then offers you label services. So there's also that option. So we're not, we're not against, that. So it's just giving you the option. Yeah.
All right, let's talk about, go on.
I'm aware that TuneCore is in over 60 countries.
What do you mean over 60 countries?
Like places they're...
So right now we have, I have counterparts in Paris, of course, US, Canada, UK, Paris.
I guess Australia as well.
Yes, Australia as well, Germany, Russia, India. Then, of course, we have South Africa and, of course, West Africa.
Right.
So, yeah.
So let's just focus in Nigeria first of all. How is the progress in Nigeria?
It's good. There's still a lot of work, to be done. And, things take time. So the main thing is
Good things, actually.
I wanted to say that, but I just didn't want to come off as cocky.
You didn't want to be proud,
Yeah, they take time, but there's a lot of things, we're putting together, not to put anything out there, but I'll just say watch this space.
Okay. All right, so while we're watching the space, tell us some of the new features. What should we be expecting in 2021, from TuneCore? All the enabling tools that could help independent artists. Tell us about that real quick.
Okay, well, I think I'll start with the two things that we've rolled out. This is something I've also seen in the Nigerian market, and then, of course, all the other markets as well, is just this misinformation and a lack of education. So we were very big on that. Our blog is very robust, and we're probably one of the distribution platforms that gives you a analytics dashboard for you to really see what is going on. If you're a numbers person, there's that transparency is there. So two things we've rolled out is the TuneCore Rewards program. So basically it's a report program that kind of goes hand in hand with our new master classes that we're going to be putting out. So what it is basically encouraging our artists to participate in these master classes. And as you complete, you also can get certifications, TuneCore certifications for that. And then you're earning points, which is a TuneCore Rewards that you can then redeem into distribution credits as well. So it's just encouraging, and all of this is free. So it's encouraging artists to, educate yourself to help you become better in your career and get you where you want to be.
Now, affordability, what is that like, for somebody who wants to be a TuneCore client? And because I saw register, sign up, I know those things don't come easy, especially like you said, good things don't come easy, right? So I want to believe that there's a certain amount of money that I have to pay for registration and all that. Is it totally free?
That's to get your music on the platform. So we charge $9.99 for a single prayer, and then $29.99 for an album. Then subsequent years, the album price kind of goes up. Yeah. So, but that's all.
When I'm making sales, right?
Sorry.
That's when I'm making sales. My price goes up. All right, so we want to know how well you know your music since it's your space. All right,
God.
so we will be playing songs.
I like music, but I've realized, I guess it's the old age. I'm kind of awful
old
lately.
age? Old age?
Yeah,
I want to be old.
You want to be old? All right, so let's see how well you know it, and we'll be playing Song Association with you. So you just have to sing a song that has this word in it.
Brace yourself, and I'm going to feel this off.
Woman.
Woman. That's Rema.
Okay, sing it.
Oh.
I too like woman.
Yeah.
All right, call.
Sorry?
Call.
Call
like CALL.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Call. I don't know why you don't call me back, because what's coming to my mind.
Yeah, that's it. You got it. All right, love.
That one hard now.
That one easy now. Love there almost every song.
There's a lot of songs with
yes,
that.
Nah. Is there any song without love?
Of course.
Until you love somebody. As wrote to me, that's what came to my mind.
Yeah, that's
okay. What it means? He's half Nigerian, so we'll give him.
Nigerian.
He's supposed to be. Yeah, he's Nigerian actually.
Butterscotch. What
all
do you
right,
mean?
all right. Feel good.
Feel good. Try.
Let me give you a clue. We just saw it.
Yeah.
You just Is it copy?
Well, I'm sure you can sing
Yeah.
it. Chioma.
Yes.
Chioma.
Chioma.
That's the
Oh, wait. Chioma the song.
I don't know. You tell me.
This is not
That's a word. I'm
assurance,
giving you a word. Yeah.
Assurance, Davido.
Okay. All right.
You're not being fair with her, seriously.
Johnny.
What is it now? Johnny.
Johnny.
Johnny
whatever.
song or Johnny person?
No, you see, it's a word. You tell me what song
This is mine is Yemi Alade's Johnny.
I'm looking for my Johnny.
Johnny, yes.
All right. So it's an amazing playing. It's not worry, don't worry. You did very well. You didn't feel any actually. Apart from feel good. All right, so finally, tell us, for people interested in TuneCore, where can they find you guys? Where can they find you personally? And, if they have questions.
So I'm on LinkedIn. I'm on Instagram. My handle is Truly Oma. I'd probably change that. But yeah, Truly Oma. My LinkedIn, Chioma Onwuchukwu. Of course, if you're interested in, sign up to TuneCore, I think you should, definitely go to tunecore.com. Just go on Google, www.tunecore.com, and get it started.
Alrighty, thank you so much for being with us on the
Thank
show
you.
and sipping tea with us, actually. Alrighty, thank you so much. And we'll be going on the music break. Tea time continues right after this break.
Hey baby, I've been looking at you since I walked in. You've been looking like you needed somebody. I know you wanna dance with me. Oh yeah, baby, come close to me.
Hey lady, let me be the man you can talk to. Share your heart with me on this dance tune. I know you wanna dance with me. I can see it in your eyes. I beg you know that for me.
Baby, you do like say, you know one dance, so I've been watching you for long, looking at your pretty face. It's no mistake that I'm crazy about you. You're busting my brain, baby, you're busting my brain. I know go lie, oh, baby, me I don't feel like, oh. Baby, you do like say, you know one dance, so I've been watching you for long, looking at your pretty face. It's no mistake that I'm crazy about you. You're busting my brain, baby, you're busting my brain. I know go lie, oh, baby, me I don't feel like, oh.
Why be say you know they shake your pretty body? I can make you move to the groove. You can call me Michael Jackson. No, they form for me. The way you look at me turns me on, oh, turns me on, oh, oh yeah.
Baby, you they do like say, you know they feel it, the boy, but let me tell you something. This better we say critical something. At all, you must feel it, the anointing. Yeah, it's you I'm calling. Baby, don't look away. Just take my hand, girl, I want you to dance with me. Baby, you do that, say, you know one dance, so I've been watching you for long. Looking at your pretty face, it's no mistake that I'm crazy about you. You're busting my brain, baby, you're busting my brain. Baby, I don't go lie, oh, baby, me I don't feel like, oh. Baby, you do that, say, you know one dance, so I've been watching you for long. Looking at your pretty face, it's no mistake that I'm crazy about you. Busting my brain, baby, you're busting my brain. I know a lie, oh, baby, me I don't feel like, I know a lie, oh, baby, me I don't feel like, oh, why you do like say?
Okay, kann ich Blick sagen, Mali? Marians. My style. Hey. Ah. Capaz Mari Paco. Daddy Jam.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Go wash.
Shorty 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 go wash.
Go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Aye. Ṣé wọ́n sanwó ni? Ó yà mí lẹ́nu, àbò tí náà tán ni. Ó ti náà tán ni. Ọ̀gbẹ́ni sanwó, ọ̀gbẹ́ni sanwó, máa múnú bí mi.
Wèrè wà lẹ̀, owó wà lẹ̀, sọ́mẹlẹ̀ náà tún wà lẹ̀. Ògbólóṣó mẹ́ta ọ̀dà ẹ̀nẹ̀ sí ọ̀gá. Ṣówó ṣoyún ti wà lẹ̀. Wo ló bá lówó VIP, yàgò. Tó bá mọ̀ pé o lè pop, ṣàgò. Tó bá mọ̀ pé olówó lápò lógo. O gbọ́dọ̀ mọ rámà kó tó lè jàgò. Tó bá ná náírà ò lè ná ti máa lé. Candies lantern ìbílẹ̀ náírà máa lé. Spending money everyday like our birthday. Náwó làwa àkíngbọ̀lùdé. Bọ̀ méyọ̀kùnbọ̀ mo máa ra Porsche. CDQ na dem dey rush us. You know say Jésù no dey Facebook, Pastor Kizo Salama náà. Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash. Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Aye. Ṣé wọ́n sanwó ni? Ó yà mí lẹ́nu, àbò tí náà tán ni. Ó ti náà tán ni. Ọ̀gbẹ́ni sanwó, ọ̀gbẹ́ni sanwó, máa múnú bí mi. Ó ti gbowó oṣù, ó fẹ́ sanwó mi, ó jẹ́ ń gé bí ẹ̀ tútù. I am a madman tó bá sanwó mi pé má tẹ àjọ máa ná iṣu. Wà ní iṣu. Tó bá máa kígbe, tètè máa kígbe. Tó bá máa kéde, wo tètè máa kéde. Tó bá sanwó mi pé lé ni máa bá ẹ̀pọ̀ wèrè ọlọ́gbọ́n sẹ́wà fèrègè. Ìwọ náà gbọ́mọ méjì. Ó fẹ́ lábí tìkùtì. Ìwọ náà jẹja ṣíṣì. Ìyá ló máa jẹ́ lé wọ́tẹ̀ bìtì. Ìwọ náà gbọ́mọ méjì. Ó fẹ́ lábí tìkùtì. Ó lọ jẹja ṣíṣì. Ìyá ló máa jẹ́ lé wọ́tẹ̀ bìtì.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash. Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Aye. Ṣé wọ́n sanwó ni? Ó yà mí lẹ́nu.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash. Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Shorty go wash.
Ṣé wọ́n sanwó ni? Ó yà mí lẹ́nu, àbò tí náà tán ni. Ó ti náà tán ni. Ọ̀gbẹ́ni sanwó, ọ̀gbẹ́ni sanwó, máa múnú bí mi. Indomix.
Yes, you're welcome back. This is still Tea Time on Plus TV Africa. And of course, yeah, your favorite boy is still here. And yeah, what?
When you say favorite boy, I say favorite girl as well. I'm here.
Come on, your nerves,
like-
man.
is it
Let me
like-
finish. Your favorite boy is still here. And of course, the very beautiful, delectable Emerald Emmanuel is still here with me. And we'll be discussing the final story before we let you guys go and have a blast. Because, yes, of course, it's the weekend and we have to party, right? All right, so Black Panther's director, Ryan Coogler, is finally speaking up about working on the 8 movie sequel without its lead star, Chadwick Boseman, which we lost last year, may so rest in peace. Coogler revealed on a recent episode of the Jemel Hill is Unboarded podcast that working on Black Panther 2 without Boseman has been the hardest experience of his life. This is one of the more, he wrote, this is one of the more profound things that I have gone through in my life. Having to be a part of keeping this project going without this particular person who is like the glue who held it together. Very strong words. Coogler shared the sequel written, the sequel is written by Joe Robert Cole and Ryan Coogler, and it will not recast anyone for the T'Challa role, nor will there be a digital double. Wakanda forever!
Yeah, I should do that with you
Yeah,
forever.
Wakanda forever.
Exactly.
Yes, man. I don't think anyone can replace Boseman. Like, that was an epic.
It's actually a great thing that they're not replacing him.
That's a lot of respect,
Yeah,
actually. It's
very
not
big
about the
one.
money now. It's not about the gains. It's
They
just
also
about...
said they're going to pay respect
Yeah,
for him
tribute
in the movies
Mm.
coming. Like, I really can't wait for that to be out. That's something I'm looking forward to. And also, it's really, when reading the story, it takes me back to the tragic things that happened that time. Like, a lot of tragic things were happening, and all. It's a good one. It's a very, very good one.
And for those of you who didn't know, while Chadwick was shooting Black Panther 1, he actually had cancer and he still gave a stellar performance. So you don't have any excuse, you know. You really don't have any excuse. Don't say because you're hot or because you're this or it's in the shoe or whatever you want to be doing anyhow. But I think this takes a lot for, you know, a director, especially knowing that you can actually make more money starring somebody else. But
so considering the death of Chadwick is very, very important, because some people will be like, okay, he's dead, in as much as they are not happy that the lead character is...
Of course, they want that role.
They would still like try to get someone that would fit in, maybe, or be
Let's
able
even
to, like,
think about
pull
it for
out,
a second. If there
like,
was going to be a replacement for Chadwick, who do you think fits the role? I can't think of anyone right now.
Anybody.
Unless you want to use Denzel himself. Unless it's Denzel Washington.
It doesn't mean that if they really thoroughly search, they won't find someone.
Of course they will find, but I'm just saying, like, off the back of my head right now, I can't think of anyone.
The respect for me, like, yeah, and I'm really rooting for this film. Like, I can't wait for it to be out.
Really,
I heard it's July.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's 2021 or 2022.
Well, it's 2021 actually. So
okay, it should be 2021.
We're looking forward to that. All right, so yes, like I said, it's Friday and we really have to go. Misha, I really have to run. So yes, that is a wrap for me today. But thank you for watching. Join the conversation on social media with the hashtag #TeaTime or tweet us at Plus TV Africa. Remember, you can catch up on our previous episode, including this one, and all our exclusive contents by subscribing to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. You can also watch Tea Time on Alta TV and yes, bragging rights in London on Ben Television. Yes, a big thank you goes out to my co-anchor, Emerald Emenuga, and of course the whole production team, and for keeping it real with me. Well, this is Plus TV Africa's Tea Time. My name is Ife Oshunkeye. Adios.
Ife, you're fired.
Don't you worry about tomorrow.
I said, take a leap of faith and wash the clouds from my eyes. Stumble on the hustle and pain, but I rise. Do you and keep your head up to the sky. Everybody got a time when you get it, just fly, 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 fly with a little bit of courage and a little bit of light. Gotta be strong now, cause you're running out of time. Make sure the little torch burns out through the night till you die, 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 die.
Your destiny is sure. Nothing's gonna tire if they wanna put you on and go. Your life is in His hands and nothing to you owe. Nothing's gonna tire if they wanna bring you on
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
I say entrepreneurship is like faith. You know, faith is substance of things hoped for, an evidence of things not seen.
I honestly think I have what it takes to be successful. Not only being successful, but I believe that I have what it takes to build a very strong company, a brand that survives even when I've left.
because my kids lives in Canada, they ask, what do you do in Africa? So they know, they think Africa is, Lion King, it's a jungle. So they were amazed to say, what do you do in Africa, Dad? So I say computer. I say, no, computer with the lions?
So entrepreneurship is that you create these things in your mind, you can't touch them. They're just ideas in your mind, and you hope and believe that they'll become things.
Startup, for me, I understand, it's where you want to start up a business. You come up with a plan, an idea, maybe where you want to have your business and what you want to do.
So startup is like when you are starting your business or an idea that you have and you want to put it in practical way.
Startup is a businesses that are just being invented, or someone has just found an interest in a particular product and they want to introduce it into the market.
The quality of a good startup, one, is maybe you have an idea. You cannot just start up a business without an idea.
Definitely you have to address a particular need. You have identified your market and you've seen a niche, so you have to bring into your startup to fill that gap.
The startup phase is when you have dreamt of an idea to be able to solve a certain solution in the community. You bootstrap the process, and then you get to the point where you have a viable product or viable service that you're showing to people. Could be the first 3 to 4 years of your work, right, where people don't know you yet. But once you're making an impact in the lives of people, you're solving a specific problem. That, for me, it's just the beginning, it's a startup, right? And then, of course, you go to the point where you've done this for several years. You're seemingly successful, and therefore people are asking for your service, or you're bringing in new products.
Yeah, I'm good.
3, 2, 1, go.
Now let me be serious. My name is Ronald Hakiza, and I am a co-founder at yugabus.com. I am 27 years of age, of course making 28 very soon, and I come from Kisoro. I'm single, I'm not yet married. I work at Yugabus, and Yugabus is an online bus ticketing company. So we offer travelers or anyone who is traveling by bus a web and mobile application to book any bus to travel anywhere across East Africa.
My name is Eunice Mainamburu, the CEO and founder of BSmart Insurance. BSmart is an online integrated insurance platform that enables customers to choose the right insurance for themselves. This is through comparing from multiple insurance companies.
My name is Chimenye Mabre, and I'm CEO of Algorithm. And we produce software, and which called Ishiga software. We are in an information era where, when you know, you are more rich than someone who doesn't know. We produce software, and which called Ishiga software. Ishiga was created 10 years ago. Starting in Canada, I was working in a night shop where they was using a software. Then I was impressed how they do their reports easily, how my bosses, my managers can see everything without even being there. The problem pharmacists was facing before we came in is the administrative work, let's call it like that. In a pharmacy, they have to manage insurances prices. We have like 18 insurances. Everyone is dropping his prices. They have drugs. Drugs, they expire. They are not like other goods. And when it expired, you can't give to someone. Every pharmacy was isolated. every warehouses. So there was no way these people can see their data in one master data. So we created Ishiga Live, which was taking all this data. So all this headache, we try to resolve them inside our software, putting them in the cloud. So if you are anywhere, you can come and view your data. You can make one giant supermarket because you are inside, but to make a chain of pharmacies or supermarket, you need software to manage all the data, to know everything everywhere, every time, so you can control the finance, the stock, the inventory. So we are working with hotels and bars. So waiters use this tablet, and they can order in front of you. They can order your goods, what you want. Then it goes directly in the kitchen. Then they can start preparing it, or drinks. There is a mentality. So this is a challenge which we will be facing soon. It's the mentality of African business or governments, where they don't trust like African solutions, especially in software. Challenges faced was two. One was to find skilled people, and the second was to find big contract which can sustain our company. We trained 20 to 40 students from undergraduate. We give them the way how to code in industry. So from there we take 5 top. So this fixed the problem of skills. How I'm different is when I started the company, I used to do things myself. Now everything is not connected to me. The business has to run without me. Nothing is magic here. Everyone who arrives somewhere is working day and night. You sleep when you have to sleep. To do it outside funding, it's a family like spirit. You do with what you have. So you try using, like even Steve Jobs or this Mark Zuckerberg, all started in garage. So all you need is really to find this garage and try to do this small stuff.
For money to come in, we had to allocate ourselves responsibilities. I was in charge of marketing. My colleague was in charge of growth and managing developers. So when we allocated each other responsibilities, then we moved to finding the resources to make sure this company works. Because when we are just starting, there's no profit being made. You get it? And then that is when someone walks up to me, and who could be my aunt, and says, you know what, I will support with some startup. You get it? Some little money. And then from there, everything else starts falling into place when the business has taken shape. You get it? Yeah. By taking shape, I mean when you can wake up one morning and be sure that at least even if I am not there, someone traveling to Nairobi, to Kisoro, to Kigali, to Juba will be able to still get served.
I would have started more leaner.
Lean startup means is that you are looking at your processes, right? And you are trying to cut off some things that you think are not really needed at the moment. Do you get it? So for example, if you look at your financial model, what do you think you could spend on that particular product? Select a particular target market. Look at actually what you actually need to be able to bring that product and then build upon as time goes on. You want to learn faster. You want to pivot faster than anybody. So it's, and that will lead to failure. You have to fail sometimes. Do you get it? Because as you are trying to learn, you want to fail and see how it works, whether it works or it doesn't work. So when you fail with that, it tells you that, okay, this didn't work. You try the next one, you pivot. And then that is what lean startup means.
So we advise young people, startups, start lean, start small. Start small, but knowing where you want to go. The moment the business keep on growing, keep on filling the core strategic areas and the core positions for your business.
You know, we started big, whereby even the amount we were paying the staff, our expenses were quite high. So I would lower the cost of running the business, start small, you know, designing with customers one by one without thinking of before scaling. When I got into insurance, I discovered there's a lot of friction between insurance companies, insurance agents, and customers. And every day I kept asking, why, how can we reduce this friction? Because customers would complain. I get to know that I was not covered when there's a claim. And the insurance, from their point of view, they have given all the information through a policy document. So I needed to understand what is the real problem. Most of the young people have their income is not consistent. So how do we enable them accept insurance as a risk mitigation solution to their financial issues? And also, how can they access it hassle-free, conveniently, and at the comfort of their mobile phone?
Someone hit my vehicle, and the process was so long and tiresome because we kept calling the office, and it took like over 1 month to get the vehicle repaired, yet we were on comprehensive cover. So we felt that it would have been faster had we had someone who is assisting us with all the customer care process and all that stuff. Working with BSmart, I think I've loved their services. I don't get to deal directly with the insurance company. I deal directly with BSmart, which makes my work so easy because I just need to sit back and they'll handle everything else. Like I really don't need to walk into an office and get the insurance there and all that stuff. And just a click away, so to speak. We're in the digital era. We are in the 21st century, and things can be done in a better way. Things can be done in an easier way. So you find that if we have the startups that are bridging the gap, then it just works out very perfectly for the rest of us here.
The problem we are solving is actually in the insurance sector. The penetration of insurance in Kenya is very low. And actually in Africa, apart from South Africa, most of the African countries, the insurance penetration is very low. Now, when you look at the demography of Africa, we have a very young population. Median age, 19 years old. And the insurance has been selling the same old products, the same way, same distribution channels, but then it means they cannot access the current customer. My lifestyle has changed. It has become simpler and easier. You see, when you're employed, you're a bit extravagant because you see, you know that every month there'll be more money, and so you can spend as much as you can because there's more money coming. And of course, the things that drives you when you're employed are different from what drives you when you're an entrepreneur. When I was quitting my job, I thought that when you quit job, you need a big office, many employees, so that then that's a measure of success. Look at today, I think different. It's how lean can I scale my business? How can I scale my business without increasing my costs? So those are the things that I look at. And one of my biggest challenges was the funding. When I was quitting my job, I had estimated that my savings would last me for 2 years. And before the end of the year one, the finances were over. Yeah. The other challenge was, you start this journey, you need a team, you need people who will believe in this dream, not because you're paying them a lot of money, but because they are here, they believe in your vision. Having people come online just because we have talked about it and buy through our platform, and counting them to now over 700 of them, for me it's a big deal. It's quite a big success. And in 10, 15 years, we hope to have democratized insurance. When I say democratization of insurance, whereby it's an open market that anyone can get in and get, whatever products they want. And how we do that is that we're building an infrastructure that will be able to connect customers and insurance companies and, existing African social groups and institutions to all be able to pull their risks together. Our expenses were quite high. So I would lower the cost of running the business, start small and with the customers, designing with customers one by one without thinking of before scaling. I think the first one was to quit my job. That was very important. There is no worse decision. Yes. Because even that decision has really taught us a lot. So I would say, for me, it's not about whether the decision is good or bad. It is a decision has to be made at the time it needs to be made. My mantra is, whether it is right or wrong, make the decision. You will learn the lessons as you progress.
From around the world, let's go.
Hello, welcome to Straight Talk Africa, live from the Voice of America headquarters here in Washington. I am Shaka Sali. Straight Talk Africa, we call it like it is. We discuss issues that reflect the interests of our audience without fear or favor. We are guided by facts, and I look at myself as a servant of nothing but the truth.
I was supposed to travel to Kisau for burial, and I spent the day very busy. I couldn't go to the bus park to book a bus and then come back to do whatever I'm doing, and then go back to the bus park. So in the evening when I'm going to travel and I really want to book a bus, I find that they are full. So while I'm there, a gentleman walks up to me and says, hey, if you really want to travel, then I have a ticket for you. I wanted to travel, but I'm not traveling, so if you can add 10,000 shillings, I can give you this ticket. I'm like, okay, I'll add the 10,000 and get the ticket. And then I get onto the bus. Now when time for inspection comes, like when you're in a bus, they always inspect to see if you have a ticket. The guy inspecting tells me I have a fake ticket, and therefore I need to get off the bus or I need to pay for the ticket, for another ticket. Now that was the time when I was just done with university and I was broke, and the money I was going to pay was the money I thought would bring me back. So I pay the extra ticket. Now, when I come back to Kampala, I come back determined to find this guy because I thought this guy is in the bus park and I knew I could find him. And if I could find him, I would get him to give me back my money. At that time, 40,000 was a lot of money. It is still a lot of money. Yeah. So when in the bus back, looking for that particular gentleman because I could remember the face. One other guy tells me, Wekoya, you're just making, you're just wasting your time. This happens every single day. In there, I realized that there were many passengers who were failing to book buses on time, and they were falling in the hands of such guys. Therefore, they were losing money. So I said to myself, I think there has to be a better way people book bus tickets. The problem that Yugabus is addressing is the inconvenience that passengers have to go through in being able to book bus tickets. The whole inconvenience of you lining up at bus stations. The whole inconvenience of you having to go through the crazy traffic jam to be able to reach the bus station. The whole challenge of you having to move from bus to bus, trying to find out which bus has space and which one does not have space. The whole challenge of you having to ask yourself how much do they charge, which buses go to this particular destination. Each single day I see people asking, which bus goes to this town? And I'm like, okay, just check it out on your phone. So all that entire problem that people face in using buses is what Yugabus is addressing through our digital products. So Yugabus will display a screen where you're supposed to put in where you're coming from and where you are going. Now let's assume you're going to Kisoro. And then you have your ticket. So at the time of set off, you just display this particular SMS at the bus and you travel. It's as simple as that. You don't have to line up at the bus station or do anything. Yugabus.
I use Yugabus. When I learned about Yugabus and the excellent benefits, I found out that Yugabus saves time. When I'm busy doing my work, I log into their app and book the ticket. By the time I arrive, I find that my seat is reserved and they give the exact time that I asked for. That is why I use Yugabus.
One of the most common things is that I am always wearing Yugabus from Monday to Monday, and I've done that for the last 2 years. Like if you met me on Kampala streets, you will find me either wearing a Yugabus t-shirt or a Yugabus shirt, no matter the day, whether it's a Sunday, Saturday, or whatever it is. But also, most importantly, Yugabus has taught me to care for the community. That if I care for the problems of other people, then I derive value out of caring for the community and also trying to ask myself, how best do I address the exact challenge that the community is facing, that the community I stay in. And also, most importantly, Yugabus has helped me understand how to handle my finances. Like, if you can carefully mobilize resources for the company and then also be able to allocate resources in the way they are supposed to be allocated, but also, most importantly, make sure that those resources don't go to waste, you realize that those lessons later on come from the company to my own personal life, and I'm a better human being.
The advice to someone who wants to be an entrepreneur, who wants to start something, is first to find that thing. You have to find it, you have to like it, and you have to find negative people to try to break you down. You have to go in a shaking environment. We call it piscine, like it's a pool. You go in a pool, when you are alive on the other side means you are good. So that's the first thing. You have to see something you believe in and which you can be shaken.
For someone who wants to become an entrepreneur, I think the best advice for them is to start. They just can't wait to have everything. You can't wait to have the right team, you can't wait to have the money, you can't wait to have the right idea. You just start. Eventually the idea modifies itself, the customers modify themselves, and even the right team comes on board when the problem you are solving is actually in existence.
It's important to have some experience when it comes to running a business. And I always say, volunteer. If you can't find a job, volunteer to work with somebody who you admire and learn how to run a business.
The second thing is to be ready to work. because nothing is magic here. Everyone who arrives somewhere is working day and night. You sleep when you have to sleep, not when you need or someone is telling you. You sleep when it's the time to sleep. At that time, you really work hard because you are not alone. Your competitors are not sleeping. They have more resources. So have the passion, have that thing you want you like, then go for it. Go for it. Don't wait funds. Don't wait positive people to tell you. Just you have to believe and go for it.
Like I remember when we were just starting out, I used to think that at the moment you have an idea, you're successful. Until when I realized that, oh my God, an idea is just 2% of the entire venture. And then I thought to myself, okay, if we have the mobile app, then we are done. Until I realized that, oh, the app is just 10% of the work. Then I used to think that, you know what, if you build a very great product, customers will respond. No, instead you find the customer, address their problem, and then they come on board eventually.
When the idea comes, please test it. And how do you test an idea? Test with your customers. Don't just build apps for the sake of building an app. An app, an application or technology is supposed to solve problems. It's not supposed to be the business. So you need to identify the problems that you're solving and then build technology to solve that problem.
We don't have too many occasions to give our story. We are in machines every time. We think the machine is it's the magic thing, you know. And that's the stars. You guys, you think camera is the magic thing. We think the computer can do everything.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, Abi. I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
What is a democracy? It's a government of all of us for all of us. So when we try to paint that picture, like you mentioned in your advocacy, they call you a hater.
The police remains brutal. They continue to do the same thing they were doing before that time. So can we just get more participatory in the process, including this generation?
Where is the hope? What's going to change? How is it going to change?
The lesson is that we need each other. Sure. And so this idea of we are better off than these other people, we should drop it.
Unfortunately, we live in a country of compromise that clearly, actually militantly, says we don't want the best. Just give us the one that is okay.
We have seen that the street did not deliver much dividend. It didn't. As a matter of fact, the people in power cowered them into submission. Let's get more involved.
Well, thank you for joining us on Plus News Update. I am Vivian Oguche, and now no fewer than 172 students of the Federal College of Forestry Mechanization, AFACA, in Igabi local government area of Kaduna State have been rescued. The Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Samuel Arua, announced this via a statement issued on Friday. He said troops of the Nigerian Army in the early hours of Friday rescued the victims, comprising 130 male students and 30 female students. The Commissioner said 8 staff members of the institution were also rescued from the kidnappers. Meanwhile, a combined team of the Army, Air Force, police and DSS troops are conducting an operation to track down the missing students. The armed bandits in large numbers had attacked the institution and kidnapped several students and staff. And now, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has commiserated with the families of the abducted female students of the Federal College of Forestry Mechanization, Mando, in the Igabi local government area of Kaduna State. An unspecified number of girls were abducted from their school on Friday by gunmen who left the male students behind. The abduction comes barely 2 weeks after nearly 300 female students of Government Girls Secondary School, Jangebe, in Niger State regained their freedom from bandits who had abducted them from their school. In 2014, Nigeria witnessed the abduction of over 200 girls from a secondary school in Chibok, Borno State, by Boko Haram terrorists. In 2018, 110 girls from Government Girls Science and Technical College, Dakchi, in Yobe State, were also abducted by Boko Haram. Meanwhile, the Deputy Assistant Secretary, Bureau of African Affairs, Michael Gonzalez, says Boko Haram and the Islamic State West Africa province were not involved in the spate of abductions going on in Niger, Zamfara, Katsina, and Kaduna states, as well as other parts of the northwest. Although Boko Haram has claimed credit for several of these kidnappings in the past, Gonzalez says there was no indication that the terrorists were involved in this. The official, who said the U.S. was disgusted by the abductions of school children, said the country was ready to provide appropriate support to the federal government if requested to do so, stating that the criminal activity was being carried out by bandits who were motivated by money and other economic considerations. And still on insecurity, the National Security Advisor to the President, retired Major General Babangana Munguno, says some funds meant for the purchase of arms to strengthen the country's anti-terror war went missing under the leadership of the ex-service chiefs. They are retired General Abayomi Olonishakin, retired Lieutenant General Tukur Buratai, retired Vice Admiral Ibokete Ebas, and retired Air Marshal Sadiq Abubakar. The NSA, in an interview with the BBC Hausa on Friday, said that the new service chiefs have not seen any of the arms that the funds were meant for. Meantime, an unidentified gunman has reportedly shot at a senior secondary school female student in Ekiti State. A student who is now receiving medical treatment at Ekiti State University Teaching Hospital, Ado-Ekiti, was attacked on Wednesday evening in Ado-Ekiti. The victim's mother said they were waylaid at around 7:56 p.m. by an arm-wielding man who suddenly alighted from a bike and opened fire on her daughter. She added that her 15-year-old daughter immediately fell and blood began to ooze out from her stomach, arms, and breast, where the pellets pierced her. Well, turning to other stories now, a 5-man panel of the Supreme Court has affirmed the 10-year jail term sentence slammed on the former governor of Plateau State, Senator Joshua Dariye, who is serving a 10-year jail term for criminal breach of trust. In a lead judgment read by Justice Helen Ogunmiju, on behalf of Justice Mary Odili, the court held that the appeal court was right to have affirmed the judgment of an Abuja High Court, which originally sentenced the ex-governor. The Court of Appeal, Abuja, had convicted and sentenced Dariye to 10 years for diverting public funds estimated at 1.162 billion naira while he was the governor. The 3-man panel of the Court of Appeal, led by Justice Stephen Ada, in its decision upheld an earlier judgment by Justice Adebukola Banjoko of the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, delivered on the 12th of June 2018. The Supreme Court, however, quashed the charge of criminal misappropriation of funds, which carries a 2-year jail term. And now the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, Justice John Soho, has shortlisted 34 lawyers from 5 states, from which 6 will be selected for appointment as judges. The states are Niger, 10 applicants, Kano, 6 applicants, Katsina, 6 applicants, Yobe, 6 applicants, and Osun, 6 applicants. Justice Soho disclosed this in a March 8, 2021 circular to all of the court's 7 judges seen by the nation yesterday. The 7 justices were directed to state their objections to the list, if any, within 10 days. And to other parts of Africa now, controversial but revered king of South Africa's Zulus, Goodwill Zwelithini, has died. At the age of 72, after weeks in hospital, the king wielded great influence among millions of Zulus through his largely ceremonial and spiritual role, despite having no official power in modern South Africa. The king was admitted to hospital last month for diabetes. Born in Nongoma, a small town in the southeastern KwaZulu-Natal province, Zwelithini ascended the throne in 1971 during the apartheid era at the age of 23, 3 years after the death of his father. And now a mass funeral ceremony has been done for the victims of a series of explosions in Equatorial Guinea's largest city, which killed at least 105 people and injured more than 600 others. The victims' coffins were carried in procession into a soccer stadium in Bata, where the blasts happened on Sunday, the 7th of March. Prime Minister Francisco Pascual Asu and Vice President Chiedo Ngema Obiang watched the procession. The government blames the explosions on fires set by farmers living near a military base and the negligent handling of dynamite stocks by the military unit guarding them. Well, outside Africa now, Russia says that the Taliban should be included deadline for foreign troops to withdraw from Afghanistan. The United States has drafted a peace plan calling for the current Afghan government to be replaced with an interim administration until a new constitution is agreed and elections held. But Afghan President Ashraf Ghani has refused to step aside for a transitional government. A World Health Organization expert advisory committee is currently looking at AstraZeneca's COVID-19 vaccine after some countries paused distribution of it. But there is no reason not to use it. Health authorities in several countries, including Denmark, Norway, and Iceland, have suspended the use of AstraZeneca's vaccine following reports of the formation of blood clots in some people who have been vaccinated. Margaret Harris told the Geneva briefing that it was an excellent vaccine and that no causal relationship had been established between the shot and the health problems reported, calling the pause in use a precautionary measure.
And they are looking at these particular signals, and we'll meeting soon, and we'll advise WHO on any new safety signals or concerns about any vaccines. And they're currently assessing the reports on AstraZeneca. And as soon as we've got a full understanding of that from our committee, we will communicate that to the public. But this is very important to understand, that they are saying that the benefit outweighs the risk, and that's very important. Now, the only reason there's been a suspension in some countries is that they are looking at those signals. Now, AstraZeneca is an excellent vaccine, as are the other vaccines that are being used. And as I said, we've reviewed the data on deaths. There has been no deaths to date proven to have been caused by vaccination. So,
some business news now. Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Timothy Silva, says that there will be no increment in the pump price of fuel until conclusion of consultation with organized labor. The news agency of Nigeria reports that Silva gave the assurance while addressing newsmen on Friday in Lagos. The minister said the clarification was necessitated by reports that the price of fuel had been increased to 212 naira 61 kobo per litre. According to him, for the first few months, the government has been in consultation with organized labor to find the least painful option to respond to the global rise of crude price, which has inevitably led to an increase in petrol prices. He said it was unthinkable that government would unilaterally abandon these discussions and act in the manner suggested by the information under reference. Silva maintained that cynicism and deceit have never been the trademark of the President Muhammadu Buhari-led administration. Well, some entertainment news now. Popular American musician The Weeknd has announced that he will be boycotting the Grammys Award going forward after he was shut out of the 2021 nominations. For years, the Grammys have been facing accusations of bias against black artists and having an opaque voting system that critics say is unfair and not realistic. Popular rapper Drake also revealed that the Grammys were losing their relevance following this year's nominations. Drake disclosed that he was among many music fans who expected The Weeknd's colossal 2020 album, After Hours, to be nominated, but was exempted. He further noted that The Weeknd was a lock for either album or Song of the Year, but the Grammys failed to nominate him. Well, sports news now. South Africa's Patrice Motsepe has emerged as president of the Confederation of African Football, CAF, taking over from Ahmed Ahmed. Africa has suffered serious setbacks in recent years, with all 5 qualifiers for the 2018 World Cup in Russia eliminated after the first round, the continent's worst showing in 36 years. Last November, Malaxi Ahmed Ahmed became the first CAF president to be banned by FIFA with a 5-year suspension for governance issues, cut to 2, appealing to the Court of Arbitration for support.
It's a huge honor and a huge privilege for me, and we spend the morning hearing the challenges that confronts African football, and I'll talk later about what all of us can and will do together. Leadership we have in Africa, the leadership we have of football in every country. It is that leadership that gives me confidence and that inspires me, and I'm absolutely confident working together we will indeed succeed to make African football not just reach the summit, but be amongst the best in the world. Sometimes we see the problems and the failures and the weaknesses in CAF, and there are who really try and do a good job, and we really I want to express my personal deep gratitude. Can we clap hands for them, please?
And that does it for us for now. For more news, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Also, subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back with more shortly. Until then, thank you for watching. I am Vivian Oguche.
What is a democracy? It's a government of all of us for all of us. So when we try to paint that picture, like you mentioned in your advocacy, they call you a hater.
The police remains brutal. They continue to do the same thing they were doing before that time. So can we just get more participatory in the process, including this generation?
Where is the hope? What's going to change? How is it going to change?
The lesson is that we need each other. And so this idea of we are better off than these other people, we should drop it.
Unfortunately, we live in a country of compromise that clearly, actually militantly, says we don't want the best. Just give us the one that is okay.
We have seen that the street did not deliver much dividend. It didn't. As a matter of fact, the people in power cowered them into submission. Let's get more involved.
politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, Abi. I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Story. Once upon a time, there was a very young, agile, vivacious, spunky, unconventional Peking, you have all come to know and love as Brother Derele, Shewere, and all of the above. But you see, getting to this very point in time has been a story of hurdles. I have crossed so many hurdles. I've broken down ceilings. I've crashed barriers. I've scaled mountains, figuratively speaking, because you know what? For every single door that was shut on my face, you know what? I found another door. For every time I was put in a box, I jumped right out of that box. I am still in an industry where I have to constantly prove myself. Not the fact that I have to prove myself to myself, but I have to prove myself every time how resilient I can be and how much of an identity and strong force that I must be. So you know what? This is my celebrity story. My story is like $1 million question rolled into one.
My story for today, which hopefully will inspire you, is that when I was 17, my mom died. And at the time, my mom was the only one that had been encouraging me as far as acting was concerned. My dad was not for it at all. And on her deathbed, she told my father, let this girl do what she wants to do. Unfortunately, he was still against it. And I went to theater school, much to his disdain. But the thing is, even though I went through a lot of stuff because he refused to sponsor me because I was doing what he didn't want me to do, I endeavored, I worked, I had many jobs. I used to do all kinds of stuff. I used to braid hair. There's a lot of stuff I do people don't know about just to make ends meet. Some days it would be between transport and food and all kinds of things. But I endeavored, I worked hard, I stuck to what I wanted to do, and finally I am here. And as far as I'm concerned, I've only just begun. But I am here, and I'm going to keep on pushing on until that Oscar sits on top of my table. So, no matter what it is that you want to do, so far it's a good thing. Don't let anyone discourage you. There will always be a way around it if you just put your head down and put in the work.
What's up, everybody? They call me Road Boy. Now, let me share a brief and a small story for you guys, okay? I used to be a young boy who never had this experience of having parents coming to pick you in school or taking you to school. Those kind of things that if you wake up in the morning as early as 6, you dress up everything by 6:30, it will take you like 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to my school. I never had that experience of waiting for a driver to come and pick me in school. That kind of lifestyle whereby even your parents will prepare breakfast for you or lunch for you to take in school. It was all about survivors, okay? But today, I want to tell you guys something. Maybe my parents took it that way for me because they never had, but I promised myself when I was young, if I ever made money, my children are not going to go through that. I'll provide everything for my kids, transportation, security, whatever, okay? So let me tell you, so whatever you're going through in life today, make sure you keep your head up because whatever you're experiencing, it will give you that power, that strength not to allow your kids to go through that. Road Boy says so. Bless her.
Before Jennifer's Diary, I would go for, to be honest, I did not think I was going to be an actor. I just thought I was going to sing. How I got into acting, one particular day, I went to church for rehearsals, choir rehearsal, and then I got there early. My friend called that she had written my name in some audition. I was like, audition, ads free, me? I know they do. So she was like, come through, they're waiting. So because rehearsals had not started and the place wasn't so far from where I was, so I was like, okay, I'll just go and see what's up. Thereafter, I started going for auditions. Some people will say really nasty stuff to you. Instead of them to just say, no, go. They will yab you. They will make you not believe in yourself. You just feel like giving up. So I just chilled. And then one particular time, I got a BC, 1,000 Days of Blackberry. My friend sent me an audition BC. It was for Jennifer's Diary. So I said, guy, I know they go. All these things, they don't already get people where they want to put there. So I'm not going to go. So I was like, go. My mom told me to go. My dad told me to go, the amazing man, and my friend. So I didn't even know what to wear. So I was discouraged, like, nah, I'm not going to go. But my friend, thankfully, she works for Genevieve at the time. By the way, I love. I cannot explain the love I have for Genevieve. The place was crowded and I don't like crowd. So I went to hide in the restroom as always. That's what I always do. So I was there till like 8 p.m. For real. I called my mom. Mom, I'm leaving. She said, no, Mawale, do batish audition. So I stayed there. 9 p.m. I auditioned. In my head, I was like, there's no way they won't have found people they need. A couple of weeks after, they called me for the second audition. We did the third audition. We did the final reading. We're quite a number of people reading for Toyosi. At the end of the day, as God would have it, I got the role for Jennifer's Diary to play Toyosi. I did not have any idea that the character was going to have so much continuity. I don't even know. I didn't know that I was going to be in several seasons. So, yeah, and that's how I found myself in Jennifer's Diary series.
United's defensive vulnerabilities returned as AC Milan grabbed an injury time equalizer in the Europa League last 16 first leg tie at Old Trafford. Amad Diallo's stunning header 5 minutes into the second half looked like giving United a first leg lead. But Milan, who had already been hardly denied a goal when Frank Kess's first half volley was ruled out for handball, replied when Simon Kjaer evaded the attentions of Nemanja Matic at a corner right at the death and steered a near-post header past Dean Anderson's weak attempt to save. It was the least a Milan side lacking former United striker Zlatan Ibrahimovic deserved. It was a tough lock on Diallo, who scored a quite brilliant fashion with his first effort on goal in only his third appearance for the Red Devils. The Ivorian raised on to Bruno Fernandes' brilliant chipped pass 5 minutes after replacing Anthony Martial at half-time. Then with his back to goal, close to the penalty spot, jumped the ball over Gianni Donnarumma and into the net.
Of course, we know we have to travel down there and score a goal and win the game. So, or score two and draw. So, of course, it makes it more difficult. Always when you concede at home, you're never happy when you do. Of course, 1 minute before full time is also a disappointing time, but that we've got to take that on the chin and just travel down there next week and go for it. Yeah, of course it does. It makes it harder, but it makes us have to go down there and score goals and win the game. So that might suit us. It probably will suit us. We are a team that's better when we go forward, more direct. Today we didn't win the ball well enough or in good enough positions to find them counterattacks. We were too slow in our how do you say? We didn't move our feet well enough in our half. They played well to be.
Other results in the Champions Europa League matches played yesterday. Ajax beat Young Boys 3-0. Now, Dynamo Kiev lost to Villarreal 2-0. Manchester United 1, AC Milan 1. Slavia Praha, Rangers 1-0. Now, Granada 2, Molde 0. Olympiacos 1, Arsenal beating Olympiacos 3-1. Now, Roma 3, Shakhtar Donetsk 0. And Tottenham Hotspur 2, Dynamo Zagreb 0. Now, on the show this morning, I've got Olumide Sholola and Wale Joseph. Now, Olumide is a sports analyst. Wale Joseph is a sports administrator. He used to be a board member of the Lagos State Football Association. But I'll start with Olumide this morning now. Olumide, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Wale.
Now, let me start with you, because Arsenal won their matches today. They actually won away, 3-1. I'm sure Arsenal fans like you are actually elated right now.
Yeah, I told you yesterday that Arsenal is going to win Olympiacos because they don't want to repeat what happened last season with them, and they really played well yesterday. So every Arsenal fan is very happy today.
Man United against AC Milan. 1 minute to go, AC Milan equalize. How will Man U do it when they get to Italy?
Yeah, yesterday I told you that I'm giving the game to AC Milan, but Man United really tried their best yesterday. But going away in the next leg, I don't give them a chance in San Siro.
Okay, now the 20th National Sports Festival, tagged Edo 2020, will hold from April 2nd to 14th. In a letter addressed to states and signed by the Secretary of the main organizing committee of the NSF, Peter Nelson, and dated March 10th, the sports festival will start on April 2nd and end April 14th. The festival, which was initially built to hold between March 22nd and April 1st, 2020, had suffered several postponements due to COVID-19 and paucity of funds. Now, okay, Wale Joseph, I'll come to you on this one. The sports festival gets a new date again from December to March and now to April. And I'm saying, do people think that the COVID-19 has gone finally?
Yeah, they need to play more friendly matches with the top countries in the world, because the Olympic is not that easy for the Tigers and the Tigers. And we know that the Europeans and the Americans are the champions, and I think the Tigers and the Tigers need more friendly matches before the Olympics so they can prepare very well.
Okay, Wale, look at, for example, our boxers. They will not be going for the Olympics, but they promised to do well at the Commonwealth Games, and they are all very sad. They are disappointed that they will not be at the Olympics. However, they promised to do well at the Commonwealth Games.
Well, at least they were giving themselves hope, and and they were thinking ahead, because the Commonwealth Games is coming up next year. That's another avenue for them to prepare for the next Olympics after Japan. So for me, let them keep preparing and keep working hard. Maybe they will be able to pick an Olympic ticket, the next one.
Now let me put you on the
Commonwealth is also good for them, for it. It's good preparation ground for anybody.
Let me put you on the burner right now. Gernot Rohr, our Super Eagles coach, says he's giving us conditions to call home-based players to camp. And I know you're one of the very few who say Gernot Rohr should call more home-based players. And what do you think about that? Why is this man not looking towards our way in the Nigerian league?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it depends on the contract the federation signed with him. You understand? Because I don't know the kind of scouting that they do, that you are telling me that we don't have quality players. Yes, maybe because of they won't be able to do some things, but you realize that we really have this talent, because you see a player in Nigeria play Nigerian league today, tomorrow he moves to Europe, and within that season, people start talking about him, and you can see the development. So for me, I think they need to sit him down, and you see what Keshi did, the late Keshi did during his time.
Yeah.
You gather on base players, put everybody together, let them even look at it as if they are Chang Eagles, and start preparing them. Make them to play quality friendly matches against clubs, against countries in the neighborhood. Then with this, you'll be able to spot talent. But General, I think he prefers ready-made talent. He doesn't want to struggle, doesn't want to work hard. That's the way I say it, because you can't tell me that there are no quality players in Nigeria. We are talking about NPFL. You need to come and see games in the NLO, in the NNL. Then you know that there are quality talent in Nigeria. All they just need is the exposure.
Okay. Now, Olumide, do you agree with Gernot Rohr that we don't have enough quality players in Nigeria to make the Super Eagles team?
No, I don't agree with Genetro at all. Because, like what Wale said, this is our league. And Genetro can tell us that there's no best 11 that he can see to play for the Super Eagles from the APL. No, I don't think he's right.
Maybe Olumide.
Like Wale said.
Okay, go on.
Like Wale said, I don't know the contract the NFA signed with Genetro that is telling us that there's no quality players that can play for Super Eagles. Some players in the NPL are even better than those European players.
They just need the exposure. Okay, but actually, don't you think that most coaches across the world, their football federation say, listen, you must bring in our country's players. Maybe the NFA did not tell General, listen, you must look into our league and bring in at least 2 or 3 players steady. I don't think they told him that.
Yes, exactly what the English FA is doing in Premiership. They mandate that all of the 20 clubs must have English players in their team. Likewise, also, they should tell General that any player from FPL, like maybe 3, should always feature in the Super Eagles.
Okay, now Japanese athletes at the Summer Olympics will not be eligible for the coronavirus vaccinations offered by China, since Japan has not approved the vaccines, Olympics Minister Tanayo Marukawa said on Friday. The Chinese Olympic Committee offered vaccines doses for participants of this year's Tokyo Olympics and the Beijing 2022 Winter Games. The IOC said on Thursday, March 11th, Marukawa said on Friday, there was no change in Tokyo organizers' plans for a safe games, regardless of whether participants had been vaccinated. I think that will be a decision for countries where Chinese vaccines have been approved. Marukawa told a regular news conference when asked if at least should receive the vaccinations offered by China and not aware if any Chinese companies have applied for approval of Chinese vaccines in our country, she said, indicating that Japanese athletes would not be eligible. The Tokyo Olympics is set to run from July 23rd to August 8th, and the Paralympics run from August 24th to September 5th, after being postponed for a year because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, Wale, are we going to see a little drama before the Olympics begin? Japan says we're not using China vaccines. China is saying if you don't use it, don't come to our country. Are we going to see some countries pulling out and say, okay, good, if we don't want to use your vaccines, we're not coming for the Olympics?
Definitely, it's not everybody that wants to take the vaccine.
True.
You know, and definitely to go on like this, a lot of athletes will pull out. It depends on their country or whatever. But my thinking is that the IOC should be able to issue. You can't force somebody to take vaccine because you have to participate in a particular event or a particular game. Maybe probably the issue of the 2 weeks, let them go for COVID-19 test, then probably look at the issue of isolation for 2 weeks. If that would be of any, then let them be. Let them be. You understand?
Yeah.
Because if we see that everybody must say that a lot of top stars will not be at the Olympics. And this will definitely not work negatively on the game.
Okay, now, Olumide, we are expecting some drama at the Olympics this time around. Some countries might want to say we're pulling out because we don't want your vaccine. And that will cause drama and some problems with the Olympics. We're expecting that very soon. Japan is saying we don't want China's vaccines. Some countries will come out and say we don't want these vaccines too. And they will say, okay, we're boycotting the Olympics because we don't want your vaccines.
Hello?
Hello, Olumide, can you hear me? Okay. Wale, okay. Okay, now.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, Wale, thank you very much for staying with me. Now, if this happens, it's going to spoil the shine of the almighty Olympics, because I am seeing some countries saying, we don't want your vaccines, we will not come for the Olympics. What is this going to spell for the Olympics and sports in general?
That's what we're saying. It's going to rub off negatively on this game. And if they allow this to go on, it will affect future Olympics. You understand? If, for instance, I'm a Nigerian, and Nigeria has a vaccine and they give me vaccine, You can't insist that I must take your vaccine. But unfortunately, COVID came after they gave the approval for Japan to host the Olympics. Because I know that IOC, these are some of the things like FIFA, all these international sporting federations does, they make you to sign an undertaking on certain issues. And these have to do with health. If you insist that I should come and take your vaccine, and I take your vaccine, and I was tested negative positive for drugs, who do you blame?
Okay.
You might spread my system with your vaccine. So I mustn't take Japanese vaccine because of why? Once it's approved by the International World Health Organization, any vaccine approved by whatever, and you get the certification that this is what they are using, allow them. How can you force them to take your vaccine?
As it is now, they have been warning, just like we are warning sports festival, they have been warning Japan, don't do this Olympics. Let it go for now. Let COVID pandemic clear away. But they insisted they will do it, and this thing must go on. Now, some countries are suggesting we might not let our athletes go to Japan because of COVID. Some countries might pull out. Forget the vaccine itself. Because of the fear of COVID, they won't risk their citizens to go to Tokyo. Already. At least the UK are saying, listen, we might not let our guys go because we're scared for their lives and their health and all that. And all of this is, I think Tokyo should just step down the games for now until all of this clears away.
Well, for me, it's really funny, you know. First, you can't blame Japan insisting that they want to host the Olympics. They spend so much money, millions of dollars. How do they augment that?
Yeah, but how do you compare money to the lives of people? You want to risk their lives because you have spent so much money, so their lives should be risked.
That is why the issue of vaccine came up. And if there are different vaccines, about 3 or 4 different vaccines, why not allow people to take? If you don't want them to take, if they don't want to take, let them go for that 2 weeks isolation. And once they come clean, you allow them to compete.
Well, some drama coming up in the Tokyo Olympics. We are expecting it. Now, Roger Federer has pulled out of the opening ATP 500 event in Dubai after the former world champion, world number 1, lost in the Open quarterfinals on Thursday. His first tournament in more than a year. 30-year-old Swiss, who returned to action after 2 knee operations last year, beat Briton Dan Evans in 3 sets in his comeback match in Doha, but lost 3-6, 6-1, 7-5 to Georgia's Nicolas Basilashvili in the next round. It's been great to be back on the court. Okay, loved every minute playing in Doha once again. Now, 20 times Grand Slam winner Federer said in the social media, I've decided if it's best to go back to training, and as a result, I've decided to withdraw from Dubai next week. World number 2, Rafael Nadal, has also pulled out of the Dubai duty-free event, which runs from March 14th to 20th. Federer is an 8-time Dubai champion and claimed his 100th tour. Do I see Wale on the show? Hello, Wale. Okay, before we go on the show today, I want to just say it that Roger Federer is having too much injury problems, comes back after a whole year from injury, plays 1 game the day before yesterday, won that game, and everybody was like, he's back. And then he loses the 2nd one. And then he's withdrawing from all the major tournaments that he has won before, citing, I want to get fitness back, I want to play games, small games that will get me fitness, not the big ones that will stress me. Is it time for Federer to go? On our show tomorrow, on Plus Sports Special, we'll talk about that. And we'll ask ourselves, is it time for Roger Federer to go? Well, the weekend is here and rest is near. It's been Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa on a Friday morning. My name is Wale Scott. I always advise you at the end of every show, if not for anything, at least for your heart, do some sports.
It is a great source of pride to Nigeria whenever a Nigerian in a foreign country rises to the top of their field and is recognized for good. Here are a few of such Nigerians. Oye Obolewa is the first Nigerian-born Democrat that has been elected as a shadow United States representative out of the District of Columbia. Based on the result, Oye had 82.65% of the votes, which represents 135,234 votes against Joyce Robinson Paul. Oye was congratulated by many, including the Nigeria in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM. His father is from Kwara State and mother is from Oyo. He holds a PhD in pharmacy from the Northeastern University, Boston. He will be representing the District of Columbia under the Democratic Party. Esther Agbaje. Born to immigrant parents, Esther has been elected into the Minnesota House of Representatives in the recently completed United States general election. In the election, Agbaje won by a total of 17,396 votes, which represents 74.7% of the total ballots cast. She will represent District 59B in the 134-member House on the platform of the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, an affiliate of the Democratic Party. She has a degree in political science from George Washington University, Washington, D.C. Oyema Ogbuagwu. Oyema is a Nigerian-born researcher and medical doctor who is one of the brains behind the research at Pfizer for the potential world's first effective coronavirus vaccine. The vaccine has been tested on over 43,000 people in 6 countries and no safety concerns have been raised. Oyema is the son of a former vice-chancellor of Abia State University and a professor of sociology. He was born in New Haven in Connecticut but went to the University of Calabar in Cross River State to complete his university education in medicine. He then returned to the Yale School of Medicine to work as the director of the institution's HIV clinical trials program. After becoming a fellow of infectious diseases, he rose to the height of an associate professor of medicine at the Yale University School of Medicine, New Haven. He has worked there for 5 years, focusing on finding a cure for HIV/AIDS. Robert Shola Okoje, the Nigerian doctor who is a native of Uromi, Esso Northeast local government area of Edo State, has been inducted into the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame. Dr. Okoje is recognized globally as the leading expert on silicon carbide-based microelectromechanical systems, MEMS, for use in extreme environments. He has worked with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, for 20 years and has 21 patents. Isaac Okoro. In the world of sports, Nigerians are also taking center stage. Isaac was the first of the 8 Nigerian players drafted into the National Basketball Association, NBA, in its 2020 draft. He was the 5th overall pick and was chosen by Cleveland Cavaliers in 2020. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia, to Nigerian parents and was a small forward, part of the USA's winning team at the 2018 Under-17 Basketball World Cup in Argentina. His parents originated and immigrated from Nigeria. Isaac played basketball for his high school in Georgia for 4 years, helping his team win the state championship and achieved national success in the senior season. He was considered a 5-star recruit by Rivals and a 4-star recruit by 24/7 Sports and ESPN, respectively. To these Nigerians and other Nigerians breaking the proverbial glass ceiling, we say, keep it up. The motherland is proud of you.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Before I started doing music, I always knew it was something I wanted to do, but I think that it's important for people to know that being unsure of yourself, your skill, your ability, your strength is something that all artists go through. And I struggled for a time with live performances because I'm a little bit shy, and I really struggled even when I was in any kind of education. When I had to get on stage, whether I was in music school or I had to give a speech in public, it would just completely cripple me. And so I went through quite a few years of what I would call like hardcore street training, and that would involve busking. So busking is when you just pick a street corner, when I lived in London, and just start singing to people. And it's difficult, it's harder than it looks because people are walking past you. Think about it, your whole life, your friends and family says, you have a beautiful voice. Every time you open your mouth, someone's like, yay! But when you're busking on a street corner, people are walking by, they don't really care, they don't really pay attention. But that really helped me to build my confidence and to face music. Even though you're performing for people, it's important to know they're also performing for yourself. So I got to a point where I was like, you know what, as long as I sing my absolute best and give it my all, if people are watching or not, I'm still aware of the value of what I'm bringing. So that's what I would say. You must really grow your inner strength and your inner belief in yourself and what you're able to give. Don't give up, just keep going. And in time, someone will notice.
Before I finally got this fame, I used to go for countless auditions. I've been beaten by the rain, I've had my money stolen, I've walked long distances just to go for auditions, and at the end of the day it paid off. Some of those auditions I went for, I never got called back, but look at me now, I'm grateful to God. It's been an amazing journey. It was, it was a good time. So yeah, that is my celebrity story.
Before Brother Shaggy gained recognition, I've gone through a lot. I wasn't born with a silver spoon. When my father died, I had to leave Ogun State to Lagos to start a new life with my mom. Then I started working as an actor to make money while I was in school. I was in Unilag. I started playing drums, I started dancing, I started singing just to make money to finish school. Then when I got out of school, I was looking for, what to do because I know I'm talented. People say I'm talented, but I just want to make a difference. I started making skits. So I had different characters before Brother Shaggy. I had Akoni Badon, I had Professor Dele, I had Inspector Perry. But I just wanted to do something different, something people haven't done before. So I started this Agbero character. When I started it, my first skit was all about Jesus. I was asked in my first skit that if Jesus should come to Mushin, what will I do? So that was how the skits, got recognized everywhere. And I thank God for today that I've been able to change my story, change my
side, right? Hoping that somebody notices me, hoping that I can get someone's attention to play them something I've recorded in the past, to get a chance to get in the room. This happened like many years, but one thing for me was I never stopped. I remember an incident, a guy named Kevin Shine in Atlanta, just saw me sitting on the couch. He was like, yo, bro, what do you do? I'm a singer, songwriter. He's like, let me hear what you do, right? I played him what I had at the moment. This was after many months of going back and forth to the same studio. This was a place where all the big stars come. Playing him one of the songs I had, it was pretty decent, it was okay. But he heard something in me that made him introduce me to somebody else, right? I met another amazing producer that did a lot of big records for Case. This guy, his name is Kenneth Smooth. He produced Touch Me, Tease Me by Case, old record. A lot of R. Kelly records back in the days, veteran producer. From that I met somebody else, I met someone else, right? I think this life is a journey. You can't doubt yourself at the beginning stages. Nobody sees your vision, right, except you.
This was probably 2008, and I had the opportunity to work with one of the biggest artists at that time. I'm not going to mention names for obvious reasons. So we made a song on his album, and I thought, this was going to be a great look for me. And I officially started producing 2007, so this was a year after, and he was the second biggest artist I was working with at that time, so it was big deal for me. And we made a song. The song was a vibe. I was looking forward, to the album and everything. And album came out. Songs on the album. Then I was excited, you know, got the CD, went home, played the song, and the song was reproduced by a different producer. I was so heartbroken because I've been telling all my friends that, oh, I produced this song on the album, I produced this song on the project, and people were already congratulating me. Then I heard it was a different beat by another popular producer, that was obviously way popular than I was at that time. So, I mean, I was obviously heartbroken, and a friend of mine asked this artist why he did that. And in his words, he said, "Shemi to Kojaye," which means my work has passed that level, that I was probably too not relevant enough, to work with at that point. Anyway, today I'm SARS, and it's not here today. So keep moving, believe in yourself, you'll get there.
The federal government is protecting the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, from prosecution for corruption, says River State Governor Nyesom Wike. And the federal government says there is enough firepower to end insurgency in the country without hiring mercenaries. This is Cross Politics, and I am Mariana Kong.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
The River State Governor, Nyesom Wike, has accused the federal government of shielding the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, from prosecution over misappropriation of funds from the sale of some state assets. Meanwhile, Rotimi Amechi had responded, saying that he would not respond to his subordinate. Well, to have this conversation and dig deeper into what this situation is, we have local government chairman of Ikwere local government in River State, Samuel Nwanosike, and legal practitioner Sogbeye Eli. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Well, I'm going to start with Samuel Nwanosike. Now, Governor Wike has accused the former governor, obviously, of state funds, of, apparently the federal government is shielding him, according to him, from prosecution. But the average person out there wants to understand what the Minister of Transportation should be prosecuted for. Now, your governor has said that it was for the sale of assets and the funds that were made out of the sale of those assets, and he's saying that it has not been accounted for. So the first question is, where's the money? Is there a trail of sorts that we can say this is what happened and the monies did not come back to the coffers? Or could there have been projects that this monies had been channeled to?
Well, first of all, you know, that is where Nigerians are shocked over the statement of Mr. President telling us that he came to fight corruption. How can you claim that you came to fight corruption when you allowed a man who the state government brought out a white paper on after a judiciary panel that the same man fought in judiciary to try to stop from holding? After he lost in the court agreed with the state government that it was right for them to set up a judiciary panel of inquiry to investigate the activities of the previous administration, most importantly, how funds that was stolen from the sales of our assets, most critical assets built by the founding fathers of the state in the area of gas turbine, sold and funds disappeared with a fake address, 27 Transamade Industrial Layout, an address that does not exist. And while we are complaining about that, the same man was given an opportunity to go before the Senate and took a bow and walked out and became minister. And we thank God Almighty that Nigerians are now seeing clearly that the corruption Mr. President told us he was fighting, that we have seen how he's fighting the corruption. And I'm also happy that he came to a point where members of his political party then, before the 2019 election, start telling Nigerians how some people were treated with insecticides and some were treated with deodorants. It's in this country. So it's obvious and clear that the funds Rotimi Chibika Amechi misappropriated and stole from Rivers State government when he was the governor of Rivers State, how he sold our gas turbine and the money got wings and disappeared. The same money he used, he bragged about that he used to bring the government in power. And we can see what the government is bringing in return to the treasure base of the nation. Today, they are giving us single gauge as a railway that we don't know when they will start and when they will end before the administration will leave.
Let's come back.
Well,
let's come back to some of the facts.
We don't want to be sounding like a broken record.
Okay, let's be factual. Let's come back to the facts. I did some digging. I may have been in River State when all of this started. But in 2017, Governor Wike alleged that the mysterious 17 billion found in an Ikoyi apartment, if we all would remember that, was money that was stolen from River State by Governor Amechi. The PDP also joined in that accusation to say that that money was stolen. But in response to that allegation, the former governor, who is now a minister, had he actually filed a libel suit against the PDP for saying that he stole monies and that money that was found in that Ikoyi apartment belonged to him. So really, where is the basis? Because I was hoping that you'd be able to give me a trail of sorts as to how these monies, who took delivery of the monies in the first place. If such gas turbines were sold, if Reason Palm was sold, there had to be a paper trail. Does the government of River State have this paper trail as to when these monies were received by the River State government? And then, of course,
Reason Palm was not sold. Reason Palm was not sold. Point of correction. Reason Palm was a lease program. It was on a lease program. What the governor of River State is talking about is our gas turbine. And the River State government has repeatedly, and we still stand by the position our leader, the governor, has said, that the money found in Osborne Tower belongs to River State government. We know the story of 7A and 7B. We don't want to go into that because we know the country we live in today. My sister, the truth of the matter is that for a man who went to court to stop a judiciary panel of inquiry and lost, and that judiciary panel of inquiry sat down, concluded their process and brought out a decision and said you are indicted, and said that they are going ahead to prosecute that. And the federal government, because the Attorney General decided to look the other way. The government at the center, who is supposed to be the prosecuting authority, decided to look the other way. So what do you expect Nigerians to do? All we need to do is to wait for God to come with his own justice. We as humans and as River State government have done theirs. The position is clear. If Rotimi Amechi is saying that he did not misappropriate the funds he sold in the gas turbine, Rivers people want him to come and tell us where were the funds, what was the process of the sales, who bought what, and how much was this fund, and what did you use it to do for the people of Rivers State. And don't forget, my sister, this is the same state that the same governor then, as he was governor, told us that he was saving 1 billion for the people of Rivers State. And at a particular time, he said he has saved over 50-something billion for the people of Rivers State. And only for him to tell us when he left office that the money got wings and disappeared. Well, for us, we understand the fight against corruption in Nigeria. We know, we are not the first to say it, other persons and states, governments have said it, how they are using the fight against corruption to witch hunt and to scare people to come and join their political party.
Okay.
But we don't want to worry ourselves for that anymore.
All right.
By this time next year, it will be a go matter.
Let me go to Sogbeye, Eli.
Take back their society and move forward for a better life.
Let me move to Sogbeye. Sogbeye, in December of 2014, one of your now loyal party members, one-time governorship aspirant, Tonye Princewill, did also accuse the former governor, that's Rotimi Amechi, of stealing assets to fund the APC campaign. In fact, he precisely spoke of the fact that these monies were used to fund the President Buhari's campaign. He also said that Rizon Palm, the Olympia Hotel, was sold to Sahara Energy, owned by also a very good member of your political party, Mr. Tonye Cole, a former governorship candidate for APC in Rivers State, and an ally of Governor Amechi. So these are all of the accusations that came from your party members also. So help us understand these allegations and why the minister has said what he said. He said he would not join matters with the governor of Rivers State. Oh dear, we cannot hear you, Sogbeye. Well, it's unfortunate we cannot hear Sogbeye, Eli. I'm thinking we have to switch him over again. Apologies, Sogbeye, but if you can hear us, we're going to have to join you via telephone so we can hear what you have to say. But I'm going to hold on to that question and get back to Mr. Wanosike. Now, of course, you have heard the response of the Minister of Transportation saying that he doesn't talk to somebody who's beneath him, apparently referring to the governor as someone who's not on the same level with him. What exactly is the Governor Wike trying to get at with these accusations from way back in 2014?
Well, let's talk about the man not being on the same level. I will Rotimi Amechi come and say he's not in the same level. Yes, he's correct. He's not in Wike's level. Wike is far above him. First of all, he was not in Nigeria. He was outside Nigeria, and Wike and others struggled and made him governor. You should appreciate the fact that God used Wike to make him governor. And I thank God that he said himself.
I'm sorry. How do you mean that God used Wike to make him governor? I'm sorry. How do you mean that God used Wike to make him governor? What does that mean?
Yes, of course. Now we all are here in Rivers State. Just so Wike stood his ground and said to Rivers people, we will follow the course of justice because the court has said political parties run elections, individuals don't run elections. And as far as we are concerned, the People's Democratic Party's candidate for that election was Rotimi Amechi, and it was on that basis that Nyesom Wike summoned the courage and mustered support from other Rivers people, and they went from the court of first instance and got to Supreme Court, and by the grace of God, Supreme Court gave victory that made Amechi governor of Rivers State. And I'm happy that we have clips that AIT can show to your other television station that were there when Rotimi Amechi himself came to CFC Catholic Church and said to the whole world that if not for Nyesom Wike standing up, even him, Rotimi Amechi has given up, and he has also agreed that Yar'Adua has promised him to make him an ambassador to Nigeria and China, that you should have forgotten that matter. But Nyesom Wike's stand and doggedness in this pursuit of justice made him realize that he will never forget this good Nyesom Wike has done to him with other Rivers people. And also when he turned around to say that because he was former governor,
I'm sorry, Mr. Wanosike.
Please allow me make this point. As we speak, Nyesom Wike was minister before Rotimi Amechi. Now, Rotimi Amechi is just becoming minister. And Nyesom Wike did very well as a minister.
All right, you will
As
have
a
you will have an opportunity to come back with this conversation. Don't worry, we'll have all the time that we need. But let me go back to Segbeye. Segbeye, I did point out some of the people who are now in your party, people who are allies with the former governor, who made the same accusation that the governor of River State is making today about monies missing from the coffers of River State government when the former minister, when the former governor was in power, and that they made the same accusations. In the case of Toyin Prince-Will, he said that those monies that were taken from the coffers of the state was used to run the presidential campaign of Mr. President.
Miriam, thanks for having me. Suffice to say that we're tired of this sophistry. We're tired of this propaganda. We're tired of this gobbledygook. The Nyesom Wike administration has absolutely nothing, underline my words, to indict his former principal, Chibuike Amechi. It has taken nearly 6 years of Wike's governorship to prove a single point. He has a one-line agenda. Put Amechi down on
yes, again, I think that the connection
let me land this point, please.
The
Let me land.
connection where you are is bad, and we couldn't hear half of what you said, but let's see if that can work.
I can hear you clearly.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I can hear you clearly, yes. And I said he has a single line agenda which is to destroy his former principal. Now, if you look at the Constitution, which is the basis of whatever we're doing here, Section 150 creates the office of the Attorney General of the Federation. Section 195 creates the office of the Attorney General of the State of the Federation. Now, that's the chief law officer in both instances. If my friend Samuel Wanosike and Nyesom Wike and a group think that Amechi has violated laws of River State and is guilty or is in any way culpable for what they allege, for God's sake, they have an attorney general to prosecute Amechi. The last time I looked at the Constitution, an office of the Honorable Minister is not captured under Section 308. That will put him in the line of constitutional exemption. What are they waiting for? It is 6 years down the road, all we hear is the same allegation of corruption that go to no issue. And law will say, no matter the level of suspicion, it doesn't amount to legal evidence. Therefore, it's neither here nor there. If Amechi is guilty of corruption, Nyesom Wike has his contacts in the judiciary. Just now, someone told us how, even when Amechi had almost given up on his quest for governorship in 2007, Nyesom Wike led the way. And last time I checked, Nyesom Wike was not on the list of lawyers who visit Amechi in the courts, from the High Court to the Appeal Court to the Supreme Court. So what role was Nyesom Wike playing? What was his role? That amount of Amechi saying at the Catholic Church that he will not forget what Wike did. So Wike has his contacts in the judiciary. Wike had no business. Wike also had Ojuka Eflagamakri and Chidi Lloyd, who recently joined the PDP, arraigned on a murder charge while he's governor and Buhari is president. The federal government did not stop him from arraigning APC stalwarts. So why is this case different?
I do remember for some time, Ojuka Eflagamakri was in custody for a long time.
For so long. So why is Amechi's case different? Wike has nothing on the man, except a smear campaign. Okay. And it's very unbecoming of occupant of the office of governor of a state to go on the streets and call out the name of his principal. It's even immoral. If you have an attorney general, if you have a case on him, take him out. If you think anybody's being an obstacle, the attorney general can file for an order of mandamus to compel anybody to bring forward any evidence.
I would like for because I see Mr. Wanosike laughing, but really he's asking a question, Mr. Wanosike. What is stopping the government of River State from prosecuting the minister if you have proof that he has mismanaged funds, if you have proof that he has misappropriated these funds? What is the challenge?
First of all, why I was laughing is when my friend said that what was the role of Nyesom Wike when Amechi had this trial period for what role did Nyesom Wike play for Amechi to become the governor of Rivers State. And he said that why will Amechi make such statements? Well, I want to challenge him today, and I want to say to the public and the entire world, I'm not a lawyer, but I deal on evidence and facts. I will get the clip from AIT, and I will send it to your studio, and you will play Amechi flesh and blood when he made those statements. And I will leave that for posterity to judge. My friend Toboyelai, I understand where he's coming from. But the truth of the matter is that Nigerians are not ignorant of the fact that if you bring the facts that are important to you now, there is nothing that this government at the center cannot pull down. This is a government that can turn white into black.
Are you accusing the government of President Buhari?
I don't know if you allow me to make my contribution.
Are you accusing the presidency
I will say to you.
I'm sorry. Are you accusing the presidency of being biased when it comes to prosecution of people for especially cases where state funds were mismanaged? Are you also saying that this government is insincere, or that this government has a power over the judiciary? Is this what you're implying?
Even members of the president's family, the last time I checked, the former senator from Kano State, who didn't return, made a statement at the floor of the House. He said so.
It's not from Kano State.
Are there. Nigerians are seeing clearly.
I'm sorry, Sebe, just let him land.
How they have turned all the instruments of governance into a witch hunting network. But that is not an issue to worry. My joy is that Toboyelai is aware that it's a white paper that has been gazetted. You can hold on to justice now, but a tomorrow is coming. Will President Muhammad Buhari be president forever? He will be president forever. Questions will be asked. Everybody that holds public office, including me speaking to you, will have a day to answer to all our activities in governance. Okay. And when people say, "Oh, Amechi is saying that he's on a class that Wike what language did he use? Is aid." Let me use that language. It's unfortunate, but Amechi himself knows that when Nyesom Wike left his government, the government crumbled like a pack of cards.
Okay.
And this same your aid has beaten you to 4 elections. 2015, rerun in 2016, and in 2019, this same boy you claim has beaten you in all the elections. Even when you took all the
let's come back and stay on the facts. Let's hold on. I'm sorry, let Sobeye come in here, please. I'm sorry, let Sobeye come in.
Your boy was beating you.
Yes, Mayor, a good thing. Please, this is a global platform, and the civilized world is following this program. We're not here to play to the gallery with emotions. I made the point clear that Nyesom Wike was not in the team of legal representatives who went to Amechi and Ruth Government House in October 2007. Let my friend disprove me. Whatever role he played, is at the back end. And we're not talking about that now. Listen.
Let's let Sobeye land, please.
We're not discussing that now.
Let him land. Thank you.
Let
him land.
Listen, Ishi, can you allow me to talk?
Mr. Wanisike,
Ishi, can you allow me to talk?
Let's have a civil conversation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, please, conduct yourself well. This is a civil conversation. Now, I'm going to say this. I made 2 references. The case of Ojukwu Flag Amakri and the case of Dr. Chide Lloyd. Both were APC stalwarts in 2016. At the time, the government of Nyesom Wike arraigned them in court on murder charges. But it did not interfere. Now, my friend referenced a case of a white paper. For God's sake, how long are we going to go on this route? Rotimi Amechi, as a citizen of this republic, filed an objection to the constitution of the Justice Omereji panel. Ishi Samuel knows too well the relationship between Rotimi Amechi and Justice George Omereji. He had the right to object and objected. So whatever you have said about the white paper, even alleged a likelihood of bias, and it is for him to prove The matter moved from the High Court to the Appeal Court, and now it's at the Supreme Court.
Okay.
But Ishi cannot say that Wike does not have his ways in the judiciary. So why is that taking forever? Just on Tuesday, Ishi knows that at the prompt of Mr. Wike, the low government matter that had been in court since 2015, the Appeal Court gave a judgment and said they could not find in the records of the court in the notice of appeal filed by us. It's already disappeared.
And why do you think that the governor of the state would have any business with that? Because you also just pointed, but you also just pointed. I'm sorry, you just also pointed out to Mr. Wanosike that Wike is not a lawyer that has any business with those kind of cases. So why would a governor, although he's a lawyer, have any hand in missing papers in a court?
Now let me explain to you. Wike has his ways around the judiciary, and I have facts to prove here. In this matter in particular, he's a respondent.
I hope that those facts point or have pictures showing Governor Wike literally going to the courts to take out those papers.
Here's what Wike renovated the Appeal Court. Here's what Wike has been buying cars for judges.
But governors of states do these things. Does that mean that they are responsible for missing files in the court of law?
Do you know how much of embarrass this country by that single act? You cannot enter the Appeal Court without a notice of appeal. So how would a foreign investor who wants to come to Nigeria take this? That you go to court in case you have a dispute, and that suddenly a document as vital as notice of appeal will disappear? Will people play politics all the time? So we're saying that he has his ways in the judiciary. Okay. Getting the judgment of the Supreme Court for him to prosecute Amaechi should not be rocket science.
Okay.
That's not somebody fooling himself here.
I have another question for you, and I just want for us to stay on the facts quickly. In 2015, Governor Wike was set to pay civil servants, pensioners, and several other people who had not been paid outstanding salary, owed them after former Governor Amaechi's tenure. And then, of course, Governor Wike also claimed that he inherited an empty treasury when he became governor. The governor also pointed out that it was disingenuous for a sitting governor to leave and leave an empty coffer. Although, of course, the minister has not necessarily responded to all of these allegations, and they keep piling up. So I'm wondering, if the minister feels that these allegations are a bit too much or they are outrageous, he should be able to answer and factually give reasons as to why he left an empty coffers, as to why there are people who are alleging that he stole money. And if he did not steal that money, of course, he should show us the trail as to where the money went and what projects he had carried out. Why do you think the minister is not necessarily alluding to or speaking on this issue factually?
Mayor, the Honorable Minister is a public officer. In fact, for most of his life, he has been in public office. And we have standard rules, procedures, laws, and regulations that guide the public service in this country. It's not about Wike's whimsical or whatever aspersions he wants to cast. I mentioned there, he has an attorney general he appointed in accordance with this constitution as Section 195, who has the power to prosecute Chief Brigadier Amaechi. It's not enough to be banding allegations left, right, center. We have had this for 6 years. Amaechi is not no more a governor, so he's not under Section 308 of the Constitution. So why can't they arraign him? What's the drama about? You just saw about smearing a man's image. Now you said you had nothing. You received nothing. The treasury was empty. So where did he get the funds to kickstart his government? Where? Now we're moved past it. We're in the stage. And let me tell you this. Ishi will not tell you this. Amaechi's only problem with Wike, tip that Wike's out, is it's unfair for you to take over from me as governor of Rivers State in an ethnic regional state like Rivers State. Let's have other people have a bite of the cherry. Not an Ikwere man take over from me. That's all. No more, no less. So your brother said, don't succeed me in the state of ethnic groups, and he has committed a mortal crime that he must be destroyed. Come on.
Okay.
This state was built on equality, service, and justice. in the first motor of this state before the central government took over and centralized everything.
Not hearing this very
Let
well.
Wike be true to his own allegations. If you have my allegation, go to court and prove it. I mentioned that when he took Ojukaye and took Chidilai to court, did the federal government stop him?
All right, let's come back to you, Mr. Wanasike, as we wrap things up. So he's still asking the same question. If you have a case, why are you not going to court? But this is my question. The governor had said that he had to pay salaries. He met an empty treasury. All of these things have piled up until today. Now, I also understand that at the time where Governor Nyesom Wike came into office, the states were being helped out by the federal government to pay salaries that were outstanding. But I also realized that there was a uniformed agency that was called Timariv at the time, that the men and women of that particular uniformed organization till today have lost their job and have not been paid their outstanding while Governor Wike was sitting in office. So yes, he did pay pensions, he did pay outstanding salaries, but what happened to Timariv? Mr. Wanasike, can you hear me?
First of all, I can't hear you. I can't really hear you. I'm not hearing you, so I don't know what we're going to do.
What happened to Timariv?
Connection back.
I'm
not hearing the question.
I'm going to try asking that question again in closing. I re-echoed his question. What is stopping the government from going to court now that the governor doesn't have any immunity? Secondly, the governor did say that he inherited empty coffers. Oh, he cannot hear me. Oh, dear. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wanasike, if you cannot hear me. So I'm going to try again, if you can hear me. What happened to Timariv? There were certain people who were paid, certain people lost their jobs, and they did not get paid their outstanding. What happened to Timariv? Well, that's unfortunate.
Can I take that question?
Well, you're not in a position to answer that question because you do not work under the government of...
Why is the interest of Rivers people? That's a question.
Well, yeah, but it still doesn't qualify you to answer that question, unfortunately.
Okay.
Unfortunately. But I don't know if you can hear me now, Mr. Wanasike. Can you hear me?
No, hold on.
Unfortunately, he cannot hear me. Well, I have to wrap up this segment of the conversation. Thank you very much. Sogbeye Eli is a lawyer and is also a member of the All Progressive Congress in Rivers State. And Samuel Wanasike is the local government chairman for Ikwere in Rivers State. Thank you for being part of this conversation. We'll take a short break. And when we come back, we'll be talking about the federal government ruling out hiring mercenaries to fight against insecurity in the country. Stay with us.
What is a democracy? It's a government of all of us for all of us. So when we try to paint that picture, like you mentioned in your advocacy, they call you a hater.
The police remains brutal. They continue to do the same thing they were doing before that time. So can we just get more participatory in the process, including this generation?
Where is the hope? What's going to change? How is it going to change?
The lesson is that we need each other. True. And so this idea of we are better off than these other people, we should drop it.
Unfortunately, we live in a country of compromise that clearly, actually militantly, says we don't want the best. Just give us the one that is okay.
We have seen that the street did not deliver much dividend. It didn't. As a matter of fact, the people in power cowered them into submission. Let's get more involved.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria?
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
The federal government has ruled out hiring mercenaries to fight the insurgency war, saying the country has enough personnel and resources to fight insecurity, especially with the reform of the armed forces by President Muhammadu Buhari. To discuss this with me is security expert Onyekachi Adekoya. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and good evening to the viewers.
So the idea of hiring mercenaries to fight insurgency is being ruled out by the Chief of Defense Staff. They make reference to the reforms in the army, just as I stated earlier, and enough resources plus personnel to fight the insurgency. They also actually insisted against negotiations, calling it weakness and incapacity on the part of government. So I want to ask, in reality, is there anything wrong with using mercenaries to fight this insurgency? Let's not also forget the fact that we have had our forces overstretched. And even after talking tough and shockingly saying that the airspace around Zamfara was a no-fly zone, we still had 2 cases of these same bandits abducting people. So really, what's wrong with that? I think we lost our guest. We're going to try to get him back for that conversation to continue. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, more. It's still Plus Politics, and we have our guest back, our security experts. Well, we're still talking about this issue of ruling out the calling of mercenaries to help in the fight against insurgency. And of course, Onyekachi Adekoya is still on the line with us. So I did ask a question about, realistically, what is wrong with having these mercenaries help, not necessarily take over the fight, but help our already overstretched security forces?
Well, thank you for the question. I think if it's really proper context, it is left for the commander-in-chief to determine the best way he wants to approach issues of national security. I think that for this current setup, national pride perhaps maybe the reason why they don't want to go that route. But again, you can say, should we put pride before the protection of lives and property? Maybe not. So there's no one size fits all. There's no problem in getting help. And getting help within your overarching strategy. So it depends on what the approach is. I sense that the current setup, that's the new service chief, are trying now to be more aggressive, more proactive, and they want to be more on the front foot. The only challenge they will have is that the NSA has said that billions of naira, which was budgeted for purchase of ammunition, is almost nowhere to be found. So how do you prosecute an aggressive posture without munitions? So maybe they have something up their sleeves, we don't know. We perhaps should give them some time and see what they come up with. But in the near term, the situation is quite hydra-headed. Mm-hmm. It is dynamic. It has gone beyond the static unitaristic approach to security, which hitherto we have been used to. So clearly, certain things must change on the ground, and they must begin to change in the local communities. Okay.
Now, we remember the marching order that was given by Mr. President to shoot at sight, all of these terrorists. And there was recently a video that was released recently about the people that were killed, some of the bandits that were attacked by these shoot and sight orders. But help us to understand if this shoot at sight strategy is really working. Don't forget, today, Kaduna was in the news, even though we also have had good news saying that some of the people who were abducted have been returned. But don't you think we'd rather want to hear that nobody was abducted as opposed to, oh, they abducted, but then we got them back? So really, is this strategy working?
Yeah, so a journey of 1,000 miles probably starts from somewhere. That's the way I look at it. Now, just to set it properly, the shooter site is not a strategy. It's a presidential directive. And the president, as the commander-in-chief, has given his directive. And the instruction is shoot at sight anyone you see with an AK-47. Because by our laws, private citizens cannot be licensed to carry assault rifles. You may get permission to carry a double barrel or a shotgun, but not an AK-49, AK-47, or M21. So that's just a directive. Is that a strategy? No. I sense what the president is trying to do is to have the service chief understand his body language, or what you call his operational philosophy in dealing with the issue of banditry in the Northwest. So that's the body language. And that's one arm to the approach. What must happen differently on the ground would be that battle commanders will have to adjust strategies based on local exigencies. But again, like you said, we are overstretched. The military has operations in over 31 states. The police is having their own issues after the NSAS protest. The military now have a strategy of having super camps and leaving remote communities to fend for themselves, at least before response can come. And even when you want to pull out from the barracks to respond, the military is also weary because the strategy of the OAGs is to instigate violence in a place, wait for military response, and you ambush the military. So that's why you find that response again is delayed. Sometimes it takes 12, 14 hours for the military to get a fair sense of what is happening and how they want to approach. But that again
takes us back to, asking for help. Because, look, Governor Zulum is clamoring for this. He said that, he made reference to the fact that under the Goodluck administration, this was working. It helped to deal with these insurgents. In fact, I want to quote him. He talked about the fact that there was specialized tax, training, equipment, and protection step, which was used to degrade the insurgents in the north. In fact, he said that this helped to pave way for elections to happen in Bauchi State. So if it was working in the first instance, why did we have to stop it? Was it that we saw that maybe we didn't really need to pay these mercenaries anymore? Was it a money issue? Or was it political? Because really, if these governors who are the ones who are facing the forefront of all of this insecurity in the Northeast, and they are clamoring for these mercenaries to be brought back, and then the government, on the other hand, is saying, well, we don't want to make it look like we are weak. Really, should the president not be listening to people who are really, facing the heat?
So I hear you. I'm on record to have said I support Governor Zulum's call for government to use machinery, at least to some extent, in addressing some of these issues. It is also correct that this machinery also came with their own equipment. The bane of the fight against insurgency and terrorism in the Northeast is the lack of close air support. The lack of standoff munition, proper standoff munition, and proper suppressive fire to be able to put down and soften some of these hard targets that the military have. So yes, it is correct that the machinery did a good job, but I would like to look at it differently. Governor Zulum, as with every other governor in Nigeria, is quick to push the buck back to the president. He's also correct to push it back because the president is the one who has total control of the use of force.
I was about to say that.
Yeah, so why don't we change the narrative? Why not the governors begin to call for state police? Why not? If Governor Zulu wants to spend money in hiring machinery, he should say he is willing, able, and has the resources, to put the money on the table that will address the issue of the machinery. The civilian JTF that the governor has in Maiduguri, find out how much each operative is earning per month. So talk is cheap certain times. I understand the pains of the governor also, but I think that Nigerians are letting our governors off the hook too easily.
Interesting.
The governor should call for state police and decide that they want to be the true chief security officer of their state.
But is that not going to take too much time?
Is
that the process of recruiting police officers and training them is going to take a lot of time? These bandits, these insurgents, they're not going to be waiting for us while we're training new police officers to be state police officers. Yes, we're going to change a lot of things constitutionally also, and that doesn't take 1 month or 2 weeks. So all things being considered, that might not necessarily work in the interim, can it?
So it's your point that the machinery, so it will work in the near term, but it's not a sustainable approach. We keep putting the cart before the horse in this country. Every approach to security should be local. You can't wait for Abuja to resolve an issue in Kankara or in Bongo or somewhere in Umapiti in Abia State. We talk about the president. The local government chairman draw from the federation account on a first-line basis. The local government chairman should be chief security officers of the local government. As the state governors should be chief security officers of the state. If the governors are truly interested and sincere about addressing the issue of insecurity in their state, they should sit down with the president and insist that state police is the way to go. How long does it take state police?
Well, I would really want to dig into this conversation, especially about local governments, because that's a whole kettle of fish on its own. But we have to go because we're out of time. Onyekachi Adekoya is a security expert. Thank you very much for having this conversation with us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, first and foremost, we're going to find out what Nigerians have to say about hiring mercenaries to fight insurgency. And then I will give you my take.
I would suggest that the federal government should seek help, let me put it that way, from neighboring countries or from the international community to assist our country, because security is really a problem. So if they can do that, fine. It would be good for us.
I believe that the federal government, they have all the machinery they need to fight the insurgents. I don't think they need any help from the public. They know what to do. We have the military. They should use the military to genuinely fight the insurgents. Nigerians are tired. Innocent people dying every day.
I don't think federal government need any help to fight the terrorists, because we, the Nigerian, they have our own soldier that's competent enough to fight the terrorists. So I don't think they need any other bodies from outside that. We can do this work on our own. The problem there is we need to draw a good map and also let someone else to be the brain behind it so that we can be safe.
I think we need it. Because we have tried in as much as possible to be able to conquer all these terrorists in our nation, but I see that we are still, there's still some challenges here and there. So maybe we need, I think we need the laboring, soldier to be able to, or maybe to give our ministry men a strategy how they can go about it. But I think we need a higher, men with a high profile to be able to handle it amicably.
Here's my take. Accountability should be the watchword of every Nigerian, not just public office holders. Does this mean that we shouldn't hold corrupt leaders to account? No. But how accountable are you as a person? Are you accountable to your family? Are you accountable to society? At your job, in the little responsibilities that you're given, are you responsible? Accountable individuals take responsibility for their actions and behaviors. They communicate changes. They keep others in the loop. They set clear expectations and learn from failure because they can be counted on and others trust them. Can this be said of the Nigerian leader or even a follower? Because we're quick to point fingers at our leaders, but if we're individually tested on the grounds of accountability, how many of us would pass? To hold our leaders accountable, we must strive to be better persons. We must set standards so that these so-called leaders cannot but follow suit. The ball is in our court. I'm Mariana Kon, thanking you for watching.
What is a democracy? It's a government of all of us for all of us. So when we try to paint that picture, like you mentioned in your advocacy, they call you a hater.
The police remains brutal. They continue to do the same thing they were doing before that time. So can we just get more participatory in the process, including this generation?
Where is the hope? What's going to change? How is it going to change?
The lesson is that we need each other. True. And so this idea of we are better off than these other people, we should drop it.
Unfortunately, we live in a country of compromise that clearly, actually militantly, says we don't want the best. Just give us the one that is okay.
We have seen that the street did not deliver much dividend. It didn't. As a matter of fact, the people in power cowered them into submission. Let's get more involved.
can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I'm not talking to you via Zoom.
No. I've missed. Okay, who have I not seen? I've not seen you in the last 2 weeks. This is the first time in 2 weeks I've seen you.
Yes, first time in 2 weeks.
How have you been? I love your kimono Chinese kind of look. It's so pretty.
Thank you.
You can say that again.
And you guys, you wouldn't tell me the memo. Well, I got the black.
But we got the memo, yeah. So we're doing
it's kind of a combination.
It's rhyming
So
well.
it's good.
My kids are like,
Yeah. How are you, AK?
I'm fine. I'm okay. Your viewers missed you, when I was hosting. They did miss you. Yes, they did.
And she kept telling them, don't worry, your favorite woman
Don't
will
worry.
be back soon.
I'm taking over for now. She'll be back. Yeah.
You know what? I want another week.
Oh, please.
Oh, wow. Some people are already
You're not going
complaining,
anywhere. Don't worry. You're not going anywhere.
I need another. You will give me whether you like it or not.
Let's see about that.
How are you, Issy? How have you been?
I've been fine.
You're looking much better than last week.
Yes,
Yeah,
but I still need the rest.
You're still recovering now.
Yes, I am.
It's not easy,
at all.
to be an Igbo man's wife.
At all, Chineke. But aside from that, aside from the fact that I'm recovering very well, I was coming to the office this morning, afternoon, and I encountered
don't
traffic.
Even go there. You see, we don't have time. If
We
not,
need to talk about it.
I plan to.
am
I was
tired.
planning to send my blessings to the person that went to upload
so
price on PPRA website, and he brought down the.
Well, that is just part one. So the latest is that Falomo Bridge is going to be closed for 6 weeks.
Wow.
For us to be repaired. Please, though, I'm working from home.
I'm using for no, I am tired.
But the way AK spells that, tired, T-A-Y-A-D.
Yes,
tired.
I'm tired.
Oh, that's. Hey, I don't even want to think about that.
Jeez.
All right, so today we're not talking Lagos and all of that. We're talking MSMEs, right? That's our conversation today.
Beautiful conversation.
Yeah, and here's what we found as today's quote. Spend time upfront to invest in systems and processes to make long-term growth sustainable. That's from Jeff Platt. I mean, this is a very, very short and very apt, quote. So we won't have so much time to spend in it. So in Nigeria, they said micro, small, and medium enterprises, that's MSMEs, are generally referred to as enterprise with up to 250 employees. And they play a big role in the Nigerian economy and the economics around the globe. Now, economies rather around the globe. Now, MSMEs outnumber large companies by a wide margin and also employ many more people. So SMEs are important for economic and social reasons, given the sector's role in employment. SMEs are also said to be responsible for driving innovations and competition in many economic sectors. In Nigeria, most micro businesses are often owned and managed by sole operators, and this is almost always difficult to scale. So how can we leverage technology to grow this important sector? Fatima is here to discuss this, but first, let's take a break for what's in the news. You're also watching Ways Now. Today is World Glaucoma Day. Glaucoma, which affects the optic nerves of the eye, is a potentially blinding disease. Some call it the silent thief of sight. So Dr. Karen Adasan is here. I mean, she's the lead optometrist, not ophthalmologist, and the CEO of Eagle Vision Eye Care. And she's here to tell us more about glaucoma. Thank you so much, Dr. Karen, for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so Dr. Karen, because we have so little time and we have a lot of questions, right? Can you quickly start with breaking down what glaucoma is for those that do not know what glaucoma is?
Okay, so in very simple terms, glaucoma refers to a group of diseases that affect the optic nerve in the eye, just like you described it. The optic nerve is a very sensitive tissue at the back of the eye. It's responsible for most of the vision the eye enables us to see. So we have different types of glaucoma, but once the optic nerve is damaged completely, it leads to blindness. So it has a lot to do with the pressure. There is a normal pressure within the eyes, but usually most cases of glaucoma have increased pressure or a blockage in the drainage system. So we have about 4 types of glaucoma. So you have the open angle glaucoma, you have the closed angle glaucoma, you have the normal tension glaucoma, and you have the pigmentary glaucoma. So simply put, that's what glaucoma is.
Very good.
Okay, so I was wondering why it is called the silent
thief.
Because I talked about it with Uwa today, and we're like, it doesn't give you any signs. It just comes, and before you know, it can actually lead to blindness. But how true is this that there are no signs, or the signs are very easy to miss?
Okay, so I mentioned that there are 4 types of glaucoma. So there is one that is called the open angle glaucoma. So this type of glaucoma usually doesn't present any symptoms. So before the patient realizes that he or she actually has glaucoma, they would have lost almost all their sight because it doesn't present symptoms. So that's why it's referred to as a silent thief of sight. Unlike if you have a fever, you're going to have symptoms like headache, running temperature, and whatnot. But this type of glaucoma won't show any signs at all. Unless the patient is fortunate to be diagnosed by a doctor early enough. Otherwise, it shows no symptoms. By the time the patient realizes it, they may be left with what we call the tunnel vision, which is just the vision directly in front of you. So the vision from the side will all be gone. That's why it's referred to as a silent thief of sight.
Okay, Dr. Karen, if I may step in, is there an age range for individuals who can have glaucoma? And is it hereditary?
Correct. So 2 things you mentioned. Number 1 is hereditary. Family history actually plays a strong role in glaucoma. There are certain DNA types that are just more prone to having glaucoma. So it runs in certain families. As for the age group, usually glaucoma has no age barrier, but it's more common in people 40 years and above. But you can have glaucoma even in younger children or younger adults.
Okay, so people always say, oh, I have a very good eyesight, and so there's no need to check my eyesight, and I don't have glaucoma, or glaucoma. Is this true?
Absolutely. Because when you say someone say they have good eyesight, it's relative. Because even the short-sighted person may actually claim he or she has very perfect vision until they are tested, because they are just limited to what they see within their own world. So everybody can come up and claim, I can see, I can drive, I've been driving for the best part of my life. But unless you go through a proper eye examination, it's the result from that eye examination that can actually determine whether you have good vision or you don't have good vision. It's rarely accurate for an individual without any form of scientific test or proof to say, I have good sight. So it's very relative.
All right.
So like I mentioned earlier, glaucoma can creep in without any symptom.
Wow.
Okay, so I wanted to ask, can you treat it and can you stop it?
Yeah.
And then how do you manage it? So if I find, not me, but if someone finds out that they come down, they have one day, well, I'm African, so not me. So if someone finds out they come down with it today, how easy is it to manage? And can you recover back, maybe if you have lost, if you had the angle one and then you lost some part of your vision, is there a possibility to regenerate this nerve?
Unfortunately, for now, there is no cure to glaucoma. So it's just management of the disease. You can recover the amount of vision that has been lost to glaucoma. So the point of diagnosis is where the patient's vision is saved. So if the patient comes in when they've already lost, let's say 50% of their vision, is the 50% that is left that the doctor has to manage for them. Whatever is lost to glaucoma cannot be recovered. So that's the danger in glaucoma. As for the treatment, glaucoma is a lifetime treatment. Glaucoma has a lifetime treatment regimen. So it's not like, it's like when you manage a patient for diseases like high blood pressure, they have to be on their medication for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
Same thing with glaucoma. It's not a one treatment regimen and then the patient is okay.
Wow. We see. Final question.
Okay, final question is this. Some people say fibroid, people that have fibroid is tied to a race, okay? So, and that is common with women in the black race. So is glaucoma tied to a typical race or a particular race?
Absolutely. If you are from, the risk factors for glaucoma, number one risk factor is if you are from Africa, a black person, Asian, or the Hispanic descent. So that's one very strong risk factor. It's more common among black people, Asians, and then the Hispanics.
Wow.
So also taking certain medications without a doctor's supervision can lead to glaucoma.
Okay, so we have few seconds left. I just want to squeeze in one last one. So when is the earliest time for you to start checking your eye as a, if you have, maybe especially if your family has a long history of glaucoma?
Correct. If there's an existing history of glaucoma in a family, every member of the family, young and old, should have their eyes checked properly, like a dilated eye exam, not just a refraction, not just a casual test. It has to be a dilated comprehensive check that includes all the tests that are required to diagnose glaucoma correctly. That has to be done at least once in a year. And apart from that, even if the family doesn't have the history currently, it's advisable that we all include an annual eye test in our list of medicals.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Karen. We hope to bring you soon into the studio so we can actually learn preventive ways, because I hear that a lot of people are just going blind. You just wake up and you can't see anymore. So it's something that we need to talk about.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Karen. All right, so we'll take a short break. When we return, we'll be talking about MSMEs and how we can scale using technology. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Thanks for staying with us. Now, according to the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, Nigeria has over 37 million micros, small and medium-scale enterprises, that's MSMEs. Now, they amount for more than 84% of total jobs in the country. The ministry also claimed that the MSME enterprise in Nigeria also account for 48.5% of the gross domestic product, that's the GDP, as well as 7.27% of goods and services exported out of the country. Based on the total numbers of MSMEs in Nigeria, micro enterprises account for the bulk of over 36.9 million enterprises, about 99.8%, while small enterprises took about over 68,000, and medium enterprises over 4,600 in numbers. Now, Lagos, Oyo, and Kano State are the top 3 states in Nigeria with the highest number of MSMEs in Nigeria. Most economies, particularly those of developing countries like Nigeria, march on the shoulders of small and medium-sized businesses. So for any right-thinking economy, there should be strong support to scale this very important sector, and technology is a great way to do so. So please let us hear what you have to say. What's your experience like if you're an MSME? Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow, or you send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. So I'm going to bring in our guest like in a minute or two, but I wanted to just hear our SME gurus. I forgot that our SME guru is here.
We have our guru.
Our SME guru is here. Now, so AK, I mean, when I was reading the the statistics and, how the micros make up
99.9 actually.
I'm telling you. I say, oh God. So, I mean, if you're thinking right, shouldn't that be where your area of focus should be, and how we can, because a lot of these businesses are still kobo.
That's why they are the micro. That's why the micro. So it's very interesting that you think this way, but also that segment is faced with a lot of issues and a lot of problems. And that's why today it's a very interesting discussion for me, Uwa, because SocoWatch, where Fatima is coming from and talking to us, have been able to use technology to aggregate the informal sector. So people like your people in mile 12 will now be linked directly with their customers, will be linked directly with corporates that would, want their goods. Offtake. So they already do that using technology and penetrating and also giving credit to these people. So it's really an interesting conversation for me to be able to see how they've done that so they've done it in Uganda, Tanzania, some parts of Kenya where they originate from. And I really want to talk to her and see how they've been able to solve issues like identity challenges that we have in Nigeria. How do we even able to get the informal sector? What is the minimum? Let us leave that. But I'm so looking forward to having this discussion.
I'm catching your fever because I want to see how we can what is the role of training in this? Yeah. I think training has a huge role to play.
Absolutely, for scaling in
especially for those Kobo people.
Yeah, because, I'm just imagining, right, how if we are able to trap this kind of structure where, I can be in my house and I order from just imagine the ecosystem.
Yeah, bringing the what you already have in the B2C to the B2B. So the way you stay in your house and order for Jumia, businesses can do that, with each other, leveraging
with small businesses.
Leveraging technology.
We were talking earlier about going to the market, and I don't want to call the name of the brand, but we talked about having to go to that place to get the goods and services instead of going to the market to get it.
Absolutely.
So I think it's a
huge
so
we really want to understand how they've been able to do that and how they can bring it to Nigeria, because we need it. All right, Fatima Nasujo, Nasujo is currently the global head of operational excellence at SocoWatch, a financial service professional with over 12 years of experience working with fintech, edtech, and banking. Her expertise is in operations, tech, and finance, and she has used her skills to serve businesses across East Africa, and she's passionate about financially empowering the underserved. I mean, she's a perfect guest for us, on this show. Thank you so much, Fatima, for joining us. And she's joining us live from Kenya.
Thank you. We're excited to be here.
All right, so Fatima, you heard our banter on, MSMEs and the challenges of MSMEs and how they play a huge role in terms of, the contribution that they make to any economy. So for a right-thinking government, I think those are the people where you can actually, push some kind of resource to be able to scale those kind of businesses. But why are we not seeing that happening? What has been the biggest challenge for MSMEs, across, Africa? Because, I mean, you are not limited to just, your region where you operate from.
I'd say a lot of the challenges that affect MSMEs is generally a lack of infrastructure, lack of knowledge and skill, and also from the perspective of the financial institutions and the government, we don't know a lot about what happens in the informal sector. Because of it being informal, there's not so much information about it, and it makes it a high risk or something that people are not really able to tackle. So this is one of the problems, and I loved that you guys mentioned identity as one of the issues. When you see a business and it's not formally registered, are you able to tell, is this a legitimate business? Does it belong to FATMA? Does it belong to UA? What product do they need? We are very used to formal institutions, and it makes it very difficult to discern what kind of product suits the informal industry.
Absolutely. Okay, Fatima, I like the fact that you have outlined all the problems with the informal sectors, especially with the micros that are unregistered. So how and how did SocoWatch do this? Like, how did you leverage technology to organize the informal sector to be able to do the things that you do?
So then I'll start in the beginning. Imagine that retail shop in your neighborhood that provides you with simple commodities like sugar, flour, and just basic amenities. This shop will need to contact multiple suppliers to get you the products that you need in your business. They will have to either go to a wholesale shop or have a relationship with the suppliers. This is difficult for these people to do at a large scale. So what we did was basically register these customers on our platform, determine the kind of products that they require, and then we set up a relationship with these suppliers and are the aggregators, so to speak, of their orders, and then we deliver to them. So what our customers do is that they make orders by SMS or on our platform directly on the app, selecting all the products that they require, and we make same-day delivery to this product. We're currently serving 18,000 customers across East Africa, and we make, in Nairobi alone, above 1,000 orders a day.
Wow.
1,000 orders a day. So how are you able to do this? Do you have some sort of tracking system that enables you to do this? That is one. And secondly, what about competition amongst the retailers as well? How do you harness it? How do you make them feel safe while they're doing business with you?
Oh, that's an awesome question. Yes, we do have a platform. Customers can make orders directly on SMS. So if you do not have a smartphone and you're using a feature phone, you can make your orders on SMS. If you have a smartphone, you can download the app, see the prices, and order the things that you want. This is automatically updated to the system, where the different branches will be able to see what orders you've made, and then they will load our tuk-tuks, both electric tuk-tuks and just normal tuk-tuks, and send them out to the different customers. When it comes to how we manage our customers, we engage with them quite a bit. It's all about the relationship. You will acknowledge that this industry is very price sensitive, and people want to pay the very least they can so that they can make a higher margin in their profits. And so engagement with them, understanding the market, being able to respond to changes in prices, either from suppliers, and offering the best deal to our customers is really important. So a lot of engagement with customers, and especially in the informal sector, is very important.
Okay, so since they say that MSMEs, SMEs, and all of that, those are the future drivers of the economy, if you were to assess the current challenges for SMEs and MSMEs and all of that, what would it look like if you say you want to invest in technology? What kind of technology are we looking at? Are we just looking at the type that you do at SocoWatch, or there's so much more that can be done?
I'd say what we do at Sukawash is important, but then definitely a lot can be done outside of what we do. Businesses need to be able to scale, and scale is having a repeatable process, something that you can do whether you're in your business or you've opened other branches or you just want to do more products, different stock. So tech for me is an enabler that enables the business to reach out more. And there's a lot towards even just e-commerce. It's one, a platform to access the suppliers. It's two, payments. I'll use the example of online businesses, especially since COVID. People have moved their businesses to Instagram and they're able to make payments for using, in Kenya here, for example, we have M-Pesa. So then I can order something I've never seen before and from a person I have no relationship with and get the product delivered to my house and I will pay on M-Pesa. And this creates a whole other ecosystem on its own. So we have Boda Boda guy getting paid. We have the business reaching out to more customers. So you not only have to focus on the area where you operate in, you can expand outside there. And then you can also reach more suppliers. So people are still importing things from China, even with COVID. They don't have to travel there anymore. They're actually sending out and things are coming back in. So there's a lot to do with technology to support businesses and to help us expand from just thinking about consumption and going into other problems that we have. We can tackle other problems other than consumption and sort out those problems.
Okay, so well, let me just, Boda Boda is Okada.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to mention that. So I like the fact that you have mentioned this, but how does it, so being on the platform, how does it help an SME? Beyond helping them to place their orders, does it help them with keeping their books? Okay, does it help them with, yes, so what other technologies can MSMEs leverage on? And then I want to match that with a question because I found that you said, is either you have a smartphone or a feature phone. Is that the least technology that they would need to have to be able to function?
Yes, with Sukawash, having a phone, just a mobile phone, whether it's smart or feature, is enough. And then your transaction history with us is very important. We are able to give our customers credit to enable them to buy more stock and sell more need. We use your transaction history. How many times do you order? How much do you order to give you a credit score? Some of the businesses, especially informal businesses, will not have a credit history. They're not able to access credit from anyone else. And having these transactions is a data point that we can use to give customers credit. We tailor the credit to the business. And that means instead of giving you cash in hand, we're giving you stock. And we're helping businesses scale by either increasing the stock they have or the variety of the stock they have. You may have just sugar and flour and you want to venture into toothpaste, tea leaves, or something else. And we're able to now help you diversify in that nature.
Okay, so, but sorry, I just need that to, so I've heard this part, but how does the SME leverage on that technology to, aside getting their goods, well, how can they leverage it for other things that they're not good at, which you've just mentioned, record keeping? Is there a part of it that helps them with, learning how to keep those books so that they can make probably informed decisions, and as they grow, they can look at other aspects of their business they want to expand? So what other things can technology help these small businesses do?
Yes, technology can help small businesses understand their records. You can see, for instance, how many orders you're making, what you're ordering, what is your conversion cycle. Conversion cycle speaks to how long have you had this stock in the business and do you still need to stock it again, or do you need to order less of this next time so that you have your cash flowing faster to do something else. It helps them decide which products have higher margins. Which one should I invest more in that will create more money for me? Because retail prices are kind of controlled. What is the difference that enables them to make sufficient profit? So yes, using technology, you can be able to track this. You can be able to see what products are best for you, where the margins are, and when and how often to order. Things like promotions that are running that will help you save money in the long run. Those are all factored into the technology.
Okay, so basically, I'm looking at skill acquisition, okay, and innovation in Africa. You've been able to do this in Kenya and other African countries as well. So let's look at it from this perspective. Have you been able to train the individuals or the people or the in that area? Have you been able to train them to acquire skills in technology to scale up their businesses?
Yes, we have. So what we do is we have, like I said, growth reps who are on the ground with our customers. So we offer personalized training. So someone will actually be able to help you do that, to just look at what your business does. And then we periodically have sessions where we bring people in and give them training. When you have credits, you actually get a lot more training. We do SMSs where we send messages that are informing you on what the business does. So this is how your business is doing, this is what is going on, how you need to keep your records. We do send a lot of information to our customers on this. We are, like you said, in 4 countries, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, and Kenya, and it tends to be nuanced to those areas, and we do give that kind of information to our customers.
So when are you coming to Nigeria?
Straight secret.
When are you coming to Nigeria?
We are expanding across Africa. We shall see if you're the next city.
Okay. All right, so, recently, I think was it yesterday or 2 days ago, Flutterwave, was enlisted, as the unicorn. It says now they are, what's it called? Is a $1 billion company now. And it got an investment of about 170 million, right? So what does this mean to payment solutions and to African businesses? We are talking about scaling and technology and all of that. What does this mean to us? What does this tell us? That the market, about, just give us an overview of what you think it means to us as Africans.
I think this is fantastic news to have a unicorn from Africa, to have a business that's focused on payments and generally enabling people to trade across borders. I recently had an incident where I was trying to send money across the border to a different country, and having someone else explain what the IBAN number is, that in their SWIFT code is, was a problem. Because they didn't understand that. And that's general for people in different levels of business. We're used to trading with each other within the country. For us in Kenya, just sending an SMS is enough. If you ask someone for bank details, it's more confusing than normal. So how do we leverage technology that enables us to trade across borders, to enable payments where it doesn't have to be face-to-face? I do not have to go to a bank. I'm able to get value and store value anywhere. So that will help businesses. It will expand the access they have to suppliers, to marketplaces. So then I don't have to focus on a saturated market where I am. I can go somewhere else, and that helps us do that. So technology will definitely open up the marketplace. I'm excited to see it happen in Africa and to enable people to reach out to other countries, other areas to benefit from business.
All right, absolutely. All right, so we'll just take a very short break now, Fatima. When we come back, Fatima, when we come back, we'll continue the conversation. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let anybody Everybody come and say.
The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
If you're just tuning in, we're discussing how we can leverage technology to strengthen the MSMEs, right, across Africa. So please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow, or you send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. So let's just quickly take comments from our audience quickly before we come back to Fatima. Okay. I'll come with you, Isi, first, okay?
Okay. Okay, this is from Lyo. He says, or she says, pricing is key. A small business would rather not lose 1,000 naira for technology-enabled process that can help improve efficiency. It's usually, I don't know, I think he said, he meant to say, it is usually a factor of money for business to embrace change.
So, Fatima, did you get this comment?
Yes, I did, and I totally agree.
Okay, you agree. All right. Go ahead.
So it's usually a balance, right? You're making small margins and you need to invest in technology. And it's not an instant reward. So people will tend to go for the instant reward and then at the risk of the delayed return. So it is a balance. Find the product that suits you. Don't go for exciting products just because everyone is doing it. What works for your business?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so we have one from Neka. Neka says, technology is an enabler. I feel a lot has to be done on educating people. A lot of businesses are comfortable doing business the way they are been doing it. Okay, so I don't know, I think I kind of agree with this. And I know you talked about capacity building being part of the work you do at Sokowo. Should I take the second one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so it says, Flutterwave investment mean we should have more investors open to supporting seed-stage startups in Africa. We hope more is to come, James. And I think a lot has, a lot of people these days, plus the ones we hear and not hear, have been raising capital. So I think it's a new thing that has come to stay. If we keep doing the good work that we do and proving that we can actually deliver,
absolutely,
they would come.
So I was going to come to Fatima, then I'll come to you, Isi.
Okay.
Given the size of MSMEs across Africa, what do you think the potential would be if truly we are all integrated in this technological system for MSMEs?
I think there's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot out there to be done and in different fields. We sometimes focus on one thing because then we have a habit of seeing someone has done this and then we want to copy them. There's a lot that can be done, and it can also be done simply. To answer even what your viewer has said, technology is complicated, but you can have solutions that fit the business. What is it that you can put in your business that suits just you? Having an app on your phone that allows you to put in total sales and total expenses in a day helps you track your expenses and your profit. That will support your business and help you grow. So it's more of investigating and understanding what you need and then building that out. And the opportunity is infinite. We haven't begun to scratch the surface of what technology can do for SMEs.
Wow.
Okay. So in some countries, we have situation whereby the government policies also affects businesses in that area. So
say your country in Nigeria.
So I want to know, or I would like to educate our audience on the policies of your country. Does it have anything to do with technology? Is there a correlation between the policies you have, government policies, and technology in your country and the countries you've been to?
Kenya is referred to as Silicon Savannah, and we have regulation that does push investment in technology, adoption of technology. I'm happy to say, as a Kenyan citizen, I can do most of the stuff I need to do on e-Citizen. I can get an appointment for renewing my driving license. I can change the logbook of my car. I can register a business online without ever having spoken to someone. So our regulation currently supports running businesses. It helps people adopt technology, because then how do I file my tax, for instance, if I'm not using technology? How do I register my business if I'm not using technology? So in Kenya, I will say that regulation supports adoption of technology.
Like you're just
terrible. Just terrible.
You're just rubbing it in my face.
It's amazing.
Because, no, but wait.
We do have the platform.
The revealed Kama law gives us the access to be able to register our business in Nigeria.
Even before
the ease of doing business.
Even before it was reviewed, they had that platform where, so everything she's mentioning, Uwa, before you laugh, everything you mentioned is in Nigeria. They are. The functionality is the problem. So please, let me even ask a question.
Go ahead.
Please stop laughing. Thank you. Let us concentrate.
Please laugh on.
Okay, so I was going to ask, because I think that there's something brave that you have done with technology, which the big financial institutions, the banks don't do, which is you have gone to finance the informal sector with the little or almost no information that you have. And I'm like, how have you been able to, what is the secret to your risk management that the banks are not seeing? How has technology enabled you to have confidence in lending to a sector where everyone shies from?
I'd say it is about knowing your customer. And knowing your customer, in our case, is how do they order, how often do they order, and what do they order. It is building a relationship with them above, I'm going to give you a product, and it is giving them products that actually suit their needs. So we're not trying to force down some loan that doesn't work for them. We're giving them a product that suits them. It's almost like a credit line that they can use, and they use it specifically for the purpose with which we are engaging with them. So you can only either get products on credit or get an asset, which is getting a new mobile phone. So those are the only two things we do with them. And we are exploring more, because then we understand them and they are speaking to us about their needs, and we're building products that suit them.
Around the needs.
So build products for your customers.
You know, the interesting thing about this sector that you're talking about, I noticed from research that they are the best people to actually lend to, because they pay back. They pay back their, that little 50,000 naira, for instance, that you would loan to that small woman that is selling by the corner. She would pay back that money because she wants to take another loan again. But how is the interest, how do we manage interest rates, because it's easier, maybe in Kenya it would be easier for you. In Nigeria, all these people, the interest rates are crazy. So it's almost difficult. It's like, I am just working for this establishment. I'm not making any reasonable profit. Well, how have you been able to keep the interest low for it to be attractive enough for them to take up those micro loans?
Like I said, build a product for the customer, what they need. You have to understand how much they make, and then you build a product around that. A lot of the loan products are like downsize. This is a bank loan. This is how I want to downsize it. I need to price in the risk. And if it is not embedded, your risk is higher. The fact that we have a relationship with them outside credit does support the low default rates, and it enables them to see direct benefits in their businesses. So I'd say it's more of right product, right customer, right timing, and then it's an embedded benefit. It's not just something you do, I'm giving you money for the sake of money, but it is invested in your business, and as your business grows, it adds value to you. So that embedded portion is what I would say is the secret sauce.
All right, so let me take a comment from Kike from Ogudu. She says, I just love the influx of investment to Africa, especially Nigeria. Technology creating value in our continent. You know, that's what she's saying, that the technology is creating value in our continent. Yeah, you wanted to say something?
Yes, I wanted to say, if you had to say, Fatima, if you had to give upcoming SMEs or SMEs out there in Africa, if you had to give them one or two advices, okay, or advice, basically, what would it be? 5 or 6 nuggets on what not to do.
I think I wouldn't prefer that the advice should be like starting right with technology. Yes. from the word go.
I think understand your market is number one. Understand your product, and then with that you can determine what you need. It's important for you to use the right technology and not just the trending technology. Use something that helps your business. Start small and then build up. It's not overnight. I'm not expecting you to start using Sage or QuickBooks on day one. I'm expecting you to start from like maybe even just a mobile app that helps you do that. Do your research. Don't focus too much on what everyone else is doing, but primarily what serves your business and what you can afford. And then data. Look at what your business is telling you and look at it objectively. Don't look at it from the perspective of I want it to verify what I want to do, but more of what is the data telling me? What is it telling me about my customers? What is it telling me about how I'm running my business? And then adjust to that. Be agile is what I'd say. Adjust all the time.
Okay, so 3 days ago, you were named by Fast Company as one of the most innovative companies for enabling small shopkeepers in East Africa to quickly source for essential goods. Now, as you begin to span, because you have the vision to span through Africa, what do you think will be peculiar challenges? Because if you go to come to a country like for Nigeria, as we was giving the stats, in fact, that stats has gone up. We have about 41.5 million MSMEs, and about over 50% of that are in trade, and over 99% of that are micros. What do you think the challenges would be as you leave, smaller territories and then you're going into bigger countries? What challenges do you foresee?
I'd see adapting to the country that we're in. How do we partner with people? It's not necessarily a challenge, but it's something we need to overcome. In some of the countries, we may have to import for ourselves. Is that the same thing when we come to somewhere like Nigeria? We'd want to see who to partner with and how to continue to make reasonable margins to keep the business running. We look at, as with any business, what's the competition? What is the business need? Where do we need to go? Again, it may not be that you start with a capital city, you may start with somewhere else and then work backwards. So there's a lot that goes into selecting the market in which we go into. And it's more of where is the need? Can we serve that need? Are we able to adapt the nuances of that region? And then we go all out and implement.
Okay, so I was going to ask you, you keep saying product. Are there restrictions in the kinds of products that SocoWatch is, partnering, or doing business with, or you can just go across all kinds of products?
We've started off with consumption goods. We are experimenting with different products. And so we started off with food stuff. Then we now have household. We'll definitely experiment with other things. I wouldn't say we have put a restriction as yet, but you start with what you're good at and then you keep building on that.
So are you seeing yourself going in because fashion is quite big in Africa. Fashion is huge.
I shall stick to household goods. I don't think we'll be going into fashion anytime soon.
So does this mean, when you say household, does this mean that SocoWatch, you partner with farmers?
Not yet, but it could be in our future to do that. We started off with dry goods primarily, because then it's easier to handle over time, and then we can expand into other products.
Absolutely. All right, so ladies, do we have final comments?
Yes, I do. So just one last question before final comments, please. I know that as we're talking about the aggregation and everything, it does look very simple. But can you just tell us one challenge that you have faced, even with your enabling policies? You know, everyone in Kenya obviously knows how to use technology, but MSMEs we do know have problems. So what would you say was your most pressing or most challenging problem in setting this up?
I'd say we've had a lot of challenges over time. We have been able to surmount them. We keep finding new ways to serve our customers and different things. But one I would speak about is the delivery network. I think we also spoke about this with infrastructure and identifying where shops are. So it's very informal. You'll find the shop is called Mama Fatma shop, and you're trying to find this location, and you can geo-target, but then sometimes you can find perhaps it's showing you're in South Africa, for instance. So how do you know where your customers are so that you're able to serve them in a faster manner? Because it's not necessarily how you will say this is this street on this road at this point you can find the customer. So identifying and tagging where our customers are has been a challenge. We have been able to kind of address this by having both a geotag and like a physical description of where the customer is. So that can actually affect like delivery timelines and delivery SLAs.
Thank you.
Okay, so quickly, final words, and I want to take Fatima's final counsel. Yeah, what's your final thoughts?
My final thought on this is that technology is the way to go in Africa.
The future, yeah.
And if you are not going to use technology, then you're not going
ready
to move.
To start.
You're not moving anywhere.
How about you, AK?
As important as technology is, it needs infrastructures. It needs policies that support it. So while we all preach technology, you see that the least one, she even mentioned a feature phone, not a smartphone. So we need infrastructure for this technology and the solutions that we're going to put in place to run. So if we hit that, a lot of things will be easier.
And we should also adapt.
Absolutely.
Adaptation
so Fatima,
is key.
I was going to give you the last word. So if you had a counsel to businesses right now that are not leveraging on any form of technology, you know, especially the MSMEs, what would that be? What kind of counsel would you give them?
I'd say technology is an enabler. Use it to expand your business, not necessarily in size or multiple locations, but your reach. How many customers can you reach? How efficient can you be? Because competitive edge is not just the product. It's how you do it. Can you do it cheaper? Can you do it faster? And can you do it better than anyone else? And technology can help you do that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Fatima. We hope you come back again. We had an amazing time with you. Thank you so much, Fatima. Thank you, ladies. We had a fantastic...
We did.
What a great way to wrap the week.
Yes,
I can't wait. All right, so thank you again for all those that sent in their comments and everything. Thank you so much. You are the ones that keep us here. So Ways was birthed from the need to inform, inspire, influence lives towards action. And this year, we started our CSR focus on curbing unemployment in Nigeria. So if you're a company, please partner with us by allocating internship slots. And if you're a job seeker, keep watching Ways and follow us on all our social media handle, as this will be an all year round engagement. So tell your friends to keep all eyes on Ways. Now, in case you missed today's quote, here it is again. Spend time upfront to invest in systems and processes to make long-term growth sustainable. That's from Jeff Platt. We'll see you live on Monday at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
what is a democracy? It's a government of all of us for all of us. So when we try to paint that picture, like you mentioned in your advocacy, they call you a hater.
The police remains brutal. They continue to do the same thing they were doing before that time. So can we just get more participatory in the process, including this generation?
Where is the hope? What's going to change? How is it going to change?
The lesson is that we need each other. True. And so this idea of we are better off than these other people, we should drop it.
Unfortunately, we live in a country of compromise that clearly, actually militantly, says we don't want the best. Just give us the one that is okay.
We have seen that the street did not deliver much dividend. It didn't. As a matter of fact, the people in power cowered them into submission. Let's get more involved.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you don't talk, they will beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Hello there, this is the TW Conversations Lounge, and today we're talking about women, work, and wealth. What do these women think about all these issues, and how do they tie in? But in the house today I have my regular, most of my panelists are here, but I also have a guest with me, and that guest is here because she wrote a book that kind of captures the essence of what we're talking about today, a little bit of it. Women working to be wealthy and balancing family at the same time. Ladies, welcome to
The Lounge.
Right, we'll be right back with our conversations if you don't go away.
Women work wealth. When people hear work, they think wealth, making money. Is wealth really making money?
Is that a good place to start, really? Wealth for me is cash. What's wealth for you?
A bit of cash and a bit of other things that come with it.
Really?
As a mother, when you see your child successful, or when you see your child has some manners, that's wealth for me. I want my child to go out and everyone's like, wow, well trained.
For a fresh starter, that's something. You only have two.
Two under two.
You know?
For me, it's a bit different. I think that the older you get, you realize that there's such a lot to life. And so for me, wealth is being able to say that I've used all the talents that I have, made money with some of them, given back to society with some of them, and then clearly my children are a source of my wealth because in them I see the work that I've done to produce a new generation. But I have to say that increasingly now, my wealth is about myself, fulfilling my potential.
Is this about age? What do you think? Although you're not quite there yet. Before I ask, before we come see.
For me, I think everybody defines wealth differently. I see wealth as you see wealth. Cash, property, you know, things that I've accomplished, my dreams, you know, what I have done with it, and if I'm able to, you know, do the things I want to do. Can I afford to live the kind of life I want to live? So,
what kind of life do you want to live? Helipad?
Luxurious life. Travel when I want, you know, do the things I want. I'm not really a fashion person, so it's not like a closet full of clothes kind of thing. No.
With
I
this
like
hot red, this
no. I like experiences, you know, and sometimes I like to be able to know that I want that car, I can afford that car, but I'm not buying that car. So that gives me pleasure that I can afford it, but I don't have to spend it.
Wow.
Yes.
For me,
wealth for me actually is balance. Because in the end, it's the balance that makes each of us happy, that makes us wealthy. So for me, what is that balance? That balance, I like what Ifeoma said.
Looking at thinking I like
grown-ups, because we have grown-up children.
Perspective change.
No, it's an experience thing, not an age thing, because we have experienced this. And I will speak like an accountant. Why your children are wealth? I tell people, I say, if I have to work to give my children the lifestyle they have today, I'll be running around knackered. So wealth for me is the fact that while I was working, I was able to invest, and my wealth is beyond land, property, money, which are all wonderful and which we strive for. But a lot of people don't understand the fact that if you can ensure that the next generation can go on without you working to your grave, that is a form of wealth.
So to me, what's clear here is that it's a function of balancing, like you said, between working either in the house or outside somewhere, which is why I find her own experience a little interesting, because in the process of trying to acquire wealth, it's either you are working in some corporate organization like you do, and then, amongst other things, because you're an author.
Yes, indeed.
Amongst other things, but you talk about being in the executive suite. That means you're at the top management level in a corporate.
Yes, I am.
And you chose to write this book because of the balancing act.
Okay, so I mean, thank you, Adesu, and everyone who's given fabulous feedback. So if I'll start from the definition of wealth, I think that wealth will clearly mean different things to you depending on the phase of life that you are in.
Okay.
Clearly, there was a time when wealth for me was sitting in a room full of dollars, you know, and nothing else, just money. But as you advance, it probably means giving back. It probably means having a simple objective fulfilled. You know, it can be just having an objective of, as you mentioned, I want to climb into the C-suite. And by the way, I'm not there yet. It's a journey. So wealth is having different objectives fulfilled at different phases of your life. I think that's how.
So it's not cash.
I will different. No, it's
not
not
always
cash alone.
It's not cash alone. Cash is very powerful. Like I say,
cash is king.
Look, I mean, cash might not make you happy, but it definitely makes unhappiness
It gives you options.
easier.
Money really
Options,
gives you
options.
No, but you see, she said something about sitting in a room full of dollars. You see, I've learned something about cash. While she's sitting in that room full of dollars, it has no value.
Yes.
She needs to, it's what she exchanges it for that gives it value.
So, but the question I raise here, though, is a function of when women are, whatever wealth is, right, a woman should be able to aspire to be wealthy, whatever she defines wealth to be.
Yes.
Now, the question is, most times women are torn between family and work. Is that true or false?
That's true.
But you see, again, that word balance comes into play. But I think that sometimes we forget that whilst we are trying to achieve our life's potential, we're making money. So the fact that you're doing something, you can be doing it and you're making money, but that's not the reason why you're doing it. And you know, that's the best way to work. You're doing something you enjoy, and you're making money from it.
Can a woman be wealthy if she's focused on her family and not on...
Can
she be cash wealthy? Can she move on in corporate sector?
Yes.
Can she... You know, you did it, right?
I say yes. Well, I was
You're wealthy,
in
right?
practice. I am indeed. And that's the point I want to make about women. It looks as if we're shy or we believe we cannot come out there and say we want to be wealthy. And for a long time, I think that's what held women back. They felt that it was a shameful thing, or they felt that it was a thing a woman should not be aspiring to. It's okay for the men to aspire to it. So yes, I have always aspired to being wealthy, basically because I honestly abhor reliance on someone else apart from God.
But again, it takes us back to the definition of wealth. From this perspective, wealth is about having the tools or the money to do what it is you want to do, to become financially independent.
So financial independence.
It's very important. I think it's important. I think that owning property is important. I think that having money to do things is important because you can have property but no cash.
Yes. Okay, the question is, how easy is it for a woman to acquire all of those things? Nkiru has called her book The Pressure Cooker, which means that trying to do that thing is like...
It's a pressure pot. Yes. It's definitely a pressure pot.
I mean, you're in your 40s, you know, so maybe you're still young.
That's a nice perspective.
But I mean, the challenge... I mean, I read that book and she said something like, you know, a friend described me as ambitious and I was like, goodness, me ambitious? Because you're vicious about wanting to get to the top.
Yes. And I think that when she described me as ambitious, I was really startled. I thought, what, ambitious? But that's a bad word.
You see? That's the point I was making.
Yes. So I think the first realization I had to come to is having an ambition is not bad.
It's not at all.
It is what you do to realize the ambition. Perhaps, you know, that is bad. But did I want to be in the UN?
bad.
Yes. Did I want to be a Madeleine Albright? Yes. so I think is, what's the price I'm willing to pay to get there?
What are you willing to do?
What am I willing to sacrifice as well? Some women, to be honest, will sacrifice their family and their time to move.
So we shouldn't judge them.
Don't judge them because you have no idea of what their
lives are.
Yes, what their lives are and what is inner fulfillment for them. You have no understanding of what their personal, innate ambitions are. What is that check mark? What is that big check mark, for them? So I think that there's nothing wrong with being ambitious. It's just how do you go about it? What do you do? I actually think, and I will encourage, if I had little girls, I was talking to Mrs. Idibe about having little girls. If I had little girls, there's so many things. Yes. Maybe it's now for the better, because if I did, that girl would be in trouble.
Why?
I'm going to open her brain and put many things inside. Many things.
She does not necessarily... She does not necessarily accept
you know what? I mean, she's going to... Okay, I must take a break. I must take a break, because there has to be a break at this point in time. You guys just hold it there. I'll take a break and I'll be back to continue the conversations.
Okay, we're back. So, Mr. Lumide, before we went off, I was trying to ask you, so when you were climbing up, how were you able to manage your family? Because you're obviously successful at both.
No, you guys are in the same corporate at one point in time.
I know.
Was she a good boss?
I used to look at her like, because her heels there, oh my goodness, from afar, she's just prim and proper, perfectly all done, So how did you get that done with 2 boys?
Well, I mean, it's a lot of struggle, but I think the first thing is to say that I'm very practical. I'm a bit too practical. And the sorts of things I say to myself is, you need to travel. I traveled often, as a virtue of my work. I worked in an airline, and you're sitting in a meeting, and someone says to you, there's a meeting in New York. And, you're thinking, hey, what am I going to do? Look, I found my mother. I found my mother-in-law. I find women who say, you know, I'm not talking to my mother-in-law. I don't quite like her. I'm thinking, what? Please, I like her. She has what to do. She has what to do. You know, I have to travel. Someone needs to help me. So it was drawing from my home support unashamedly. My sister, everyone was drawing from that home support, and then having the right quality of nannies. I say to young people, why get a baby to look after a baby? There's so many things that an adult will do for you that a baby will not see. She can't do the temperature, you know, she can't.
So you have to be able to afford that kind of nanny, though.
But I think it's also seasons in your life, what you're talking about, you know, because there's a season where your children are young, you know, and then you need to make those arrangements. And after that season, and they're like in boarding school, you can go for it.
True. Yes.
You just go for it. At those seasons,
but you have lost some years in your life. I mean, the corporate sector doesn't affect women.
It affects you. It definitely affects you.
Okay, you're talking about corporate sector. But
okay, you know why
their own businesses.
Yes.
That, you know, she has her own business.
Yes.